podcast. My name is Romy. With me here is Sheffin, who will be bringing the action live as the game one starts. It's going to be dangerous grass with Team Falcons on the blue side and red side for DK.
Yeah, a lot of emphasis on the Rome bands here, like even four by now with the Marcel band. The Cho, I mean, makes sense. Troll really likes the Cho, and it's been a known fact ever since his international days too. But the Hilda and the Baxia seems like for Falcon Esports, for Team Falcons, they do not want these heroes that can dictate what's happening in the early game and give out a huge kill pressure in the river. And obviously, the Freya is always gotta be banned.
Oh yeah, Freya definitely a demon in the XP and in the gold. I think a lot of Filipinos remember the wounds Arfi inflicted upon Team Liquid's Golden Road with that pick. So with the Freya taken away, it's up to Gike for the last ban of the first phase. The Harley is still very much open, but they will be taking out the Focus instead, which means that Team Falcons, they have the potential to get that Harley right in the blue side. And for the side of Gike, they do have the options to take an early Zeus Jin or a Suyo.
Unfortunately for Falcon Esports, or Team Falcons, they're not really well versed in using Jushin, despite Coffin being, I believe back then he was called the Sons of the MPL MENA region, but Jushin is not really one of his strong suit. But the Harley so far boasts a 100% win rate for both junglers. Uomi has been picked, so it's gonna be very tough for Kike to be able to counter this one. Something that comes to mind immediately is the Jushin. That's usually the standard response. But for Kike here, one of the people other than that, maybe something like a Harith or a Suyo.
Yeah, definitely they could delay the Suyo, but it looks like they're going to go for the Guinevere instead. And that will most likely go to the hands of their jungler, but could potentially still be a flex pick in the Roam. We have seen some Roam Guineveres around the MLBB esports landscape, but it's very rare compared to the jungle Guinevere that is most commonly seen. And now for Team Falcons, they actually have the chance to get an Eve here and potentially match against this Zhu Shin. And you also mentioned the Harith, Shepin. That could be a primary pickup as well for Team Falcons. However, that's going to be a lot of magic damage for their early draft.
Yeah, I don't think Harith is going to be the option here unless I just think Harith is one of those exceptions where you can actually be a solo carry in the late game despite being solely reliant on the magic damage. That's one of the exceptions, Harith and Nathan. But it seems like it's going to be a more DOT, more kiting kind of draft here with this Alice and also Eve. Still an abundance of magic damage. Now for Gike, with the Phobius gun and also the Alice being picked here for Falcon or Team Falcons, they can go ahead and try to secure those combos for the XP lane. They can set up the early game objectives well. Something like an Arlott comes to mind with the Jushin and also Guinevere as well. You can pretty much burst on literally anyone in front of you if you land the combo. One thing that's really beautiful about this combo is you can start with the Guinevere with the Spatial Migration, or you can just start with the Final Slash. But no, it's just going to be a Claude, which is quite standard here. And for GK, they do have an option to ban the options for the gold lane for Team Falcons after this.
Oh yeah, definitely. Team Falcons not picking their gold lane pick early on means that GK takes out that Clint pocket pick coming in from Saano. And currently that is one of the best picks that Saano could have picked in terms of his mastery of it. But it seems that it is well respected by Gike here. We did talk a lot about targeted bans, and this is something that we are seeing right now in the second phase of our banning in game number 1. The Kali taken away as well. Gike is still looking for their potential roamer and their potential XP laner. So this is a great ban coming in from Team Falcons. They could potentially take out the Hilda as well.
Hilda is already banned.
Hilda's already banned, actually.
It's pretty much almost the same thing with the Fareed. You want to pretty much discard that early game pressure, but the Grok ban, which is super interesting here. Grok, despite it being one of the more prominent picks for maybe early on in the season for other MPLs, but the more time goes on, people just realize it doesn't really secure you that mid-prio, but despite all that, Kike still wants to bend the Grog. I guess this is one of the signature heroes of Troll, and it can be comboed quite well too with the RWM or the incoming Throne of Ruin. Even the basic attack and the combo to the walls as well are very handy if you're playing with a Harith. That could be Harley's potential will be elevated if you have that.
Yeah, definitely. And this is something that we've seen so far in terms of mid-roam tandems with a Grok and an Eve dominating a lot of the early game waves and in terms of space control as well around objectives. And with that, Team Falcons taking away another option in the roam pick. But it seems that DK, unbothered with the meta ban picks coming in, ban roams coming in from Team Falcons, they're going to go for the high loss instead. Not really much of a combo for both the Zushin and the Guinevere, but it does offer a lot of defensive and offensive options in terms of sustained combat.
Pretty much a standard pick, you could call it, if you don't really know what to do, then Halos can never go wrong. Super tanky the front line. The Glorious Pathway just gives you a way to get out of team fight as well. And the potential Revitalize that's going to be used is also a way for you to sustain yourself early when you're battling for mid-prio. So it's going to be a Galakacha and also a Moskov once again. Ooh. Two teams, it feels like they're not really going for the Hail Mary or the quote-unquote weird picks, but never mind that. Kike shifted towards for a Paquito here, which is for laning phase against a Alice. I've never really seen it happening, but I'm gonna assume that the more time goes on, the Alice becomes a bit more stronger against the Paquito, but in laning phase, surely that burst damage that it gives you with the passive as well is gonna potentially secures you the lane against this Alice.
Definitely agree. This Paquito recently on our latest and live patch as of now has been buffed. A lot of that buff coming into his wave clear and his survivability during long combos and fights. So apart from the burst damage that you did mention about this Paquito, we might be seeing a Paquito that could not just burst people in the front line or back line, but also survive to tell the tale. So it's going to be very interesting heading on to game number one, considering that this is, I would say, very much experimental, considering that the Paquito buffs have been live for about only almost 2 weeks. So hopefully Geeke is very prepared to bring out this Paquito. The last time that Paquito was relevant inside the meta was way back 2 years ago in M5.
And I think the biggest buff there is for the Paquito in this patch is that damage reduction that it gives you when you're triggering your, I believe, passive, right? 10 to 40% damage reduction. That is insane. It's going to scale with your level as we're going to jump towards the first game here, the grand finals between Team Falcons against Geek Esports. The first meeting in the playoffs was Falcon pretty much dominating Geek 3-0 without any kind of reply whatsoever. Geek, the #1 seed in the regular season. Can they actually prove that they actually #1 seed worthy of the championship in MPL MENA Season 9, Womi?
Well, we're about to find out as we head on towards game number one. And we talked a lot of emphasis over momentum in this type of series. Whoever gets game number one in this best of 7 might just be taking home the big trophy at the end of this MPL MENA region. And of course, not just a trophy, but also the chance or the right to represent their country in the upcoming Esports World Cup. And so far, as of now, no big crazy rotations just yet. Invades, not that big as well. I would say that both teams here would like to play it safe.
Just gonna feel the water, trying to just feel out the situation first in the first game. Just try to get as many information as you can in this first game to build on game 7. It's gonna be a long series potentially here between the two, as looks like there's gonna be a skirmish in the mid lane there. So the two bars are getting poked in behind your camera, but both teams still pretty much healthy.
Yeah, very healthy. And so far, no first blood. I think Lethal Wonder will be going to the hands of Geek, and rightfully so. They do have, in terms of levels 1 to 3, better early game. feel like when you're looking at Harley, you're looking at the potential of a snowball by level 4, but we're yet to see that. I feel like it's going to come in.
يمكن انك تكون الفيرست بلود لهذه الليله ولهذا النهائي. كوانك مايسترو فريق يغامر قليلا ويحاول على انه يضغط على جهه الميدان. شين بالضغط العالي حذري، شين حذري من الحماس. هنا شين والدخول ولكن حذري ورش بي. نعم جي كي يخطف التحيه الاولى على من؟ على كلان يطرد.
فليكر موجوده وكمان لفايتلايز من ناحيه اللاعب
strikes first and they're playing with the HP bars quite well as well. Replay actually, I believe.
افضليه على مستوى الافضليه فانا اروح واميل ناحيه فريق فالكنز.
Bear with us everybody. There's still some
شفنا
تغامر قليلا يا شن. قلنا انك كويس ولكن حجاري. فالكون لا يرحم، فالكون لا يريد. نعم انه
Team Falcons in this first game of best of 7.
And that is a crucial pickoff right before the turtle, which means Team Falcons have prior control over this turtle, secured as well. Coming in from Boyet, goes in for the 4-man throw of Ruins as they get another kill. Eisen goes down, and it seems that the Moskov doesn't even have to go there anymore. Team Falcons take a commanding first turtle and a kill.
Definitely a trade worth taking for Team Falcons, and good freeze here with for Sano against Yaga, the Claude. And this is an interesting matchup because the long lane is going to be secured by the Moskov the later the game goes. So Team Falcons definitely have that leaning or to be leaned towards to in the late game. But now looks like Boyet is eyeing the situation. It's going to be a special migration file Requiem combo, and it bursted down Troll even through the revitalized. Now Coffin in trouble. They're going to get chased down. Boyet is the next on the chopping block. There's still the rune for Coffin to get away from the danger. Kike strikes back Womi with 2 kills consecutively.
And that equalizes the game 3 minutes in. And it's very interesting considering that the high uptime heroes coming in from Geek is just clutching in these kills early on. And this isn't looking good for Team Falcons. As much as you want, when you're looking at the Harley, you want to get clean kills. Get that snowball rolling for Boyet. And sadly, that shutdown racing down for quite a bit for the next few minutes. It's 40 seconds before we see the next big turtle, and DK is already putting in their own barricades around that objective. It feels like DK is also inching towards his purple buff, maybe just for vision, but they're also looking to get some kills.
Look at that. Eisen already eyeing for a burst down with his combos of punches, but looks like he's just gonna go back and clear out his lane just a second before he's setting up for the next objective. I would have gone for a cut immediately if I were the Potato, but right now Sanji already has an advantage, but he wants to recall here. The Alice choosing to recall first before actually rotating. Interesting decision. Looks like there might be some lane swap too after this, potentially, as we're gonna go on towards the second turtle.
Second turtle already started here. Trying to control the turtle for themselves, but Falcons already in prime position to take this second turtle instead. Boyet trying to burst him down into half HP, but Eisen is already around the corner with full stacks on his passive. This could potentially be dangerous for the Falcons as we head on from his high loss. First pathway already used as well. Alice looking to zone out a lot of numbers coming for Team Falcons. But it seems that everybody's just slowed down by the glorious pathway as well coming in from this high loss. Gike looking to get this second turtle. One retribution is always going to take from to 3, and he does have to take away his HP bar very low out there. The turtle still up for the taking. Anybody in this team fight can get it.
Yeah, it's still continuing right now. Still waiting for now. Like Sanji's gonna secure a kill towards Iwana. And Turtle's gonna be taken by Zeno PK, building on a good lead in the early game, but Aizen's gonna get taken down by Sanji. Again, 2 kills for the CXP laner, and looks like Falcon or Team Falcons, they're gonna beeline towards the mid turret immediately, try to just get that outer away from the map, and that is pretty good win to take.
Not only were they able to secure a kill, sure, the turtle did go to the hands of DK, but taking down that mid lane turret is very high value, especially 5 minutes in. That allows Team Falcons to make plays around the map, around the entrances of the jungle of DK. And that might just be very crucial for this Harley, considering that he wants to get more kills. Currently, Boyet is 1-2-2. They do not like this score early on, but they do have some late game insurance in the form of Sano on this monster. Still give it to the Claude, man. The Claude is really one of those marksmen that's really dangerous. Super
and Isaac will be the X factor of DK Esports. The fact that you can deal out burst damage as an EXP laner in the late game, and you got that buff in tech for you that haven't got to come in handy, but early getting some knockups first of all. Some pokes here and there, nothing much happening meanwhile. Top, this time just gonna push it down. Not yet, gonna go in, that goes forward, and that is now. Now he goes back to this little bit. Super low shot. Want to push it through the front line. He's able to get a kill towards Axon. And now that Team Magic is only thrown as a desperation attempt from Boyet. DK. Was that a win?
Wow. I think that was equal trade in my eyes. Still, it's very even looking at the gold score, but I'd say that still is a win for GK, considering that they were able to cut down Sanji and also space out Boyet. Nobody was able to take that last turtle. That fight went on for way too long, turning that turtle to a lord. And GK as of now still lost that turret in the mid lane a few minutes ago. And that would mean that they have to play defensively for a while until they actually have big damage coming from this squad. So that was a very, very early rotation from Yaga, just securing his golden staff, going in for a 3-man blazing duet as well.
Super aggressive. Secures that golden staff. I believe he already secures that DHS. So that's enough firepower to you to work with in this mid game. Already participate in the team fight and make a big difference with this squad, especially against this kind of heroes, man. Moskov will be the prime target now. Beacon towards the backline, making the rest of it fall off there. Super low is something, and he gets taken down. Isaac will get taken down. Sanji still very much healthy. Back off Zeno taking the brunt of damage from Falcons. Now Sanji with a which is gonna back off. So far, super chaotic in this early of the game, Morby.
Yeah, super chaotic. 1-for-1 trade right before the board is starting by Team Falcons. The real estate around this board. Team Falcons already controlling the entire board. I feel like DK with Falcons quite hard to actually get this. It looks like something will be screwed out over Team Falcons. And he will be kind of getting the team fight after the locked off the SOG lands on the field. It's on, looking for more kills. He's able to get out of that weird situation. Isaac with his torpedo combo in the background, survived the every match. He was able to go out of that fight clean. They did lose out the Lord, but they do get 2 kills out of Falcons.
Yeah, too many overextensions here for Team Falcons. They should have just back off after the fact that they secured the Lord there and play with it. But apparently now Team Falcons, despite all of that, they still have quote-unquote the win rate after the wave clears and all that. Sano was able to secure an auto-tier turret up top. And now they're just going to play with the Lord with Sanji and also Troll already healthy. 100% HP after getting back to the base. And so far, 8-8 in the kill count. GK and Falcons, no big advantages from both teams in terms of economy, but in terms of map pressure, it looks like Team Falcons is definitely leading by quite a lot with all the auto tier towers getting taken down. So they're trying to go for the mid tier second tier tower in the mid. With combo AOG too. It's not gonna connect towards anyone in the back line though. Super low is one. Fighting on his own, it's gonna get taken down out of the fight. 2 kills for GK.
Oh man, another one of those overextensions that we talked about a few minutes ago. Oh no, Ison checking the bush. He's gonna pay the price. Goes down to the deadly magic. DK, they already won a lot from that overextension coming from Team Falcons around that mid lane turret, surviving as well. But GK, they just had to find something around that right bush mid. Sadly, what they found is like 3 members from Team Falcons ready to burst down that Paquito. And now the game is once again very much equalized. Nobody in clear favor except for Falcons to the national goal.
That is really the advantage there in the long lane. 3 turrets are still in Falcons and GK Esports. They're only relying on the inhibitor turret, only a single turret left in the long lane. So with the fact that Sano is on a Moskov, that should be a clear big advantage for to build on towards the next Lord. So GK Esports, they're just gonna have to play a bit more cleanly, trying to find that clean and perfect execution or like catch towards potentially Sano, because he's gonna be the main man for Team Falcons from now on. Already online, definitely. I believe he already secured that Swift Trinity. Still sitting at a 0 death. So he is healthy and he is ready to fight.
Oh yeah, definitely ready to fight. And with the SOGs been landing, I guess it's important as well, but it has been not the long SOGs that we've been waiting around cross map. It's mostly SOGs that reposition inside the fights that we've seen so far. And this is a fairly high kill score game. 13 minutes in, we have 19 kills in multiple attempts that didn't really follow through. Yaga already getting the Malefic gun as well, same time as Sano, and it's really very important. Blood does have a big power spike the moment you get that item, and that's considering that he also has the Swift Trinity in his hands as well. Aizen in prime position to essentially get a burst down here, but sadly he does find Alice only, and it's quite impossible to get down Alice. Oh, yeah, it is worse that way. Still hard to get up. You can put it back, right? Good flicker by Tuffman. And it's going to be good. Sano takes the SOD. 2 kills secured for Team Falcons. 2 damage at all. After the final Western combo, and just going to finish the job towards Sano. But it's still not an equal trade. It's only 2 kills, or 2 kills secured by Falcons or Team Falcons. But for GK, they lose 3 in the end, and they just get a beeline towards the Lord here. There's absolutely no way Zeno is contesting this one as long as the Falcons play the housekeeper. Yeah, Sanji already on the job of zoning out this win here as the Lord is being taken down by Team Falcons as we speak. Half HP on that Lord, and the Alice is trying his best to keep out the win here. First half they already used as well. It seems that they're giving out this win here. Going down with the AOG is going to kill that Lord as well. One up, nice knockup for the winner. They have to get out of this one. That team has already taken down the light. SOD comes in, finds the 1, and Shen goes down. It looks like Yaga will be next here. Blazing Duet won't be enough to buy in his life, and he is hiding inside those bushes. This might just be a micro outplay that we're looking at. The BMI enough to make distance, and Sano's just looking for his next victim here, and might just give this off to Sanji instead just to play it. It seems that Team Falcons will be continuing the push here in the mid lane. Lord is being held by the Paquito downstairs, but Boyet will be responding to that situation very quickly, trying to burst down Aizen, but the fight is already happening around this Alice. Gonna go blood clean away. Aizen does go down. The Lord still survive, which means that they could potentially force a bump here in the bottom lane. No holy shields available, which means that this could be a potential inhibitor turret for the side of Team Falcons.
Yes, the flicker AOG combo with the Throne of Ruin, and Yaga is out of the fight. No Purify, only flickers from his blood. combo, the special migration, only getting one, and there's not much damage at all from GK Esports, and Team Falcons is pretty much running down, toppling down on the members of GK Esports. Game number 1 will be secured by Team Falcons convincingly.
Wow. And after back-to-back consecutive chaotic team fights, Team Falcons pulled through with the first Lord of the game, I believe. And what a dominating display of Micro in those team fights. I actually didn't expect that it would be finished down to the first Lord. I feel like DK did have tools to defend, but I think if you're Team Falcons, you just take the W, take the opportunities and the errors committed by your enemy, and that gives them the lead. Momentum is in the hands of Team Falcons. Last time that these two teams met, DK did not score a point against them in the playoffs, and as of now, it's still like that, Sheffin. It's now 4-0 if you count their upper bracket meetup.
Yeah. It's now 4-0. Definitely GK Esports definitely in a tough situation right now. And I feel like the execution was so subpar for GK Esports with this Guinevere comp. One of the things that you rely on when you're playing a Guinevere comp is that synergy, right? And they do get some combos here and there with the knockoff of the Magician, with other knockups as well for the Paquito.
Back, play a Fredrin, play a Baksha, no shame in that. But you had Guinevere, you had Claude, you had all the tools to enter the back line. And we did see that this game number 1.
Yeah, and that is why Coffin was able to pretty much get taken down only once throughout the game, despite all the up-and-coming guy from the Aizen and also Yaga as well. Didn't really happen a lot of times. And I feel like that requires creativity too, not only precision, especially for Yaga and Aizen. Those two are the one, their job is to wreck the backline, right? So it requires a certain amount of flair in a way for them to be able to make this composition work, and also some individual prowess from those two side laners as well. And so far, I believe in 13 games this season, 9-4, and the win and loss rate. So that's something that's really good. A lot of Team Falcons fan are looking forward to, and the Phobies as well. Can never go wrong with the Phobies. It's a nice lot of pick as well. Now for GK, they're gonna think twice to pick heroes like a Suyo or Harith, but they're just gonna shy away from that and just go for a full-on, maybe just like what you said earlier, Womi, a full-on front to back here with the Baksha as well. And I believe this Baksha is not gonna be flexed towards the roam because Marcel is gonna be there. That's a lot of kill pressure in the early game.
Oh yeah, with the Gordon, the Baksha being picked together, this already ensures that this Phobius won't be able to just have free reign in the front line. But a very early glue pick here coming in from Team Falcons says that they could potentially go in and dive the Gord instead. So now for GK, they're still looking for their potential gold lane and XP lane. And I feel like if you're already looking at the glue as a potential roamer here on the side of Team Falcons, you would like additional ways to deal with this. Someone who could melt down this glue.
So you're thinking of something like carry, or it doesn't really have to be necessarily carry. Obsidia can provide some shred as well. Something like Claude can still go front to back, even though he definitely has a bit more dive potential. But I want to point out the Valentina pick here from Team Falcons, man. I think GK has done a good job so far from not really giving this Valentina a lot of things to work with. Yes, you do have that golden hour to steal if you are Coffin, but at the same time, other than the golden hour or the ultimate that this Valentina provides, the first skill and the second skill of the Valentina will not do it will not be a threat towards GK Esports in the early game. In terms of poke battle, the Baksha and the Gord will definitely outpower the Valentina in the early game.
Agreed. It's really hard to fight a Baksha early on, and when you're playing a Valentina, you'd like a snowball a bit faster than this Gord, but it's quite near impossible considering that the wave clear coming from Gord is really good as of now in this meta. A lot of jungle bans on the side of GK, which means that Team Falcons have to relegate into something else. I feel like with that layer mode, you are left with another tank jungler. Fredrin still comes to my mind, but I feel like if you're Falcons, you're lacking damage already. Sure, you have some sort of magic and physical burst on your first 3 picks, but you need a bit more. And this is the answer. They get more burst damage in the hands of Saano's Clint. This is something they played very much during the regular season, and Saano loves this pick. This is like his Pikachu to his Ash Ketchum, dude.
Even got banned in the first phase, I believe, a few years back at the Grand Finals, which really baffled me. But I'm not sure about this Clint pick, man, against this kind of composition. Yes, it is a comfort hero, so technically you can never go wrong with that. But in the grand scheme of things, there's a lot of dives coming in from GK Esports, and also the range from this board is just pretty much going to make this Clint's life so hard. But looks like it's gonna be a Guinevere jungle this time for Team Falcons. So hopefully they can actually execute better this time. They do have the early game damage with the Phobius as well, and also a lot more damage from the roar provided by the potentially. But for GK, they're also as strong, or maybe I think as strong in the early objectives with the Lapu Lapu as well. So that's a good way for them to match the early game advantage of Team Falcons. After the last 2 picks, even though I criticized the Clint pick so much, I'm still kind of leaning towards Team Falcons. Maybe it's just the Team Falcons bias.
Who knows, right? Based on the execution coming in from Team Falcons, I kind of understand. I honestly feel like I'd like to trust this Clint, even if it's not the marksman that we're looking at specifically. I mean, there were other options. I think the Harith was clearly open for anyone to take. Phobius Harith was an option here on the side of Team Falcons. They still went for the Clint. That just means that they probably have a lot of practice on this hero, or probably has a lot of comfort in terms of Saano. So hopefully this does work out for the side of Team Falcons. And you did mention that execution is a big thing when it comes to Guinevere comps. And this time with the Phobius and Guinevere, I believe that's one of the more popular combos for this type of jungler.
Yeah, the Dark Wave combo can already be utilized immediately once you get level 4. Not even level 4 actually, but we'll see here for the second game of the Grand Finals of MPL MENA Season 9 between GK Esports versus Team Falcons. Team Falcons was able to secure the first game convincingly in 16 minutes for themselves. We're going to jump on towards the Land of Dawn to decide who is going to take game number 2 here.
And this is very important for the side of GK, considering that momentum is already in the hands of Team Falcons. If they're able to secure a game early on in this series, that at least resets the field back to 1-1. But if ever Team Falcons is able to get game number 2, they might just take this game 4-0. And this is something that Boyet, the jungler of Team Falcons, said early on in the pre-game interview, that he wishes that GK wouldn't get 4-0'd by them. But obviously he'll work his best to get that 4-0 and secure his ticket to the MSC. And now we're heading on to a fairly passive early game once again. It's the same thing that we've seen. Game number 1, a lot of poke down in the mid lane. But both junglers are just going to stay calm and get their level 4s.
And looks like they just want to contest for Lethal Wonder here. Maybe an incoming fight from both teams. Baksha definitely has a bit of a disadvantage. Range Zeno is going to use the shield unity, but now getting stemmed up by Troll. Changes to come. Now Zeno got nowhere to go. The damage is already coming with the flicker as well. Troll super aggressive in this early of a game. Boyet still waiting for the special migration once again, but no, he does not need to wait for that as he secures a kill towards Zeno. That is a bad early game for GK.
Yeah, definitely agree. I feel like that is already a mishap in terms of judgment. Why would you want to fight a
100%.
Glue and Valentina early on? It's one of those decisions that you have to rethink twice even. Glue is one of those heroes that the moment he hits level 2, Level 1 is already a menace to deal with, but level 2 is even harder to kill. I feel like Falcons baited out that Lethal Wonder wonderfully as they set up for the first turtle of this game. I don't expect any of our gold laners to actually respond to this first turtle, but with this upcoming first turtle, I feel like Team Falcons have a clear advantage in this one, especially if Cuffit is able to take away. There's going to be a mid-lane gag here coming in from Team Falcons. So they're trying to go in for Quanok. It looks like Xenos is going to hit his ultimate here. Golden Croissant's actually buying him a bit of time. Troll looks to be in trouble. Oh, Golden Hour actually finds two. With the fear coming in from Cuffin as well, as the Guinevere is able to escape with his life. A clean getaway coming in from Team Falcons, but because of that fight, DK already establishing good position around his turtle. Half HP, nice dark wave coming in from Sanji, has to kick her away, but Troll looking in for Quanok, but the turtle is secured by the side of DK. Seno securing it. It looks like they're going to secure some kills right after. Team Falcons scattering to get Sino, but Sino is going to go away with his life plus the turtle. Overall, a win for DK.
Yeah, clear win for DK. Getting a bit too hasty there from Team Falcons. They knew they kind of had the advantage with the fact that Zeno was already got taken down in that early 2 minutes. But now, especially migration combo in a vial, the Requiem, and that damage is enough to get Aizen down to 0 HP. A kill secured down below in your bottom left of your screen. And Falcon now, they're kind of equaling the economy here, slowly but surely.
Yeah, and this is very unfortunate for your team, DK. You're already securing a good advantage around objectives after a botched early game fight, and Team Falcons getting a greedy in the XP lane is something that you don't want to get, considering that you're also relying on this Lapu Lapu to be a secondary engage after Sino going in with this Baksha pick. There's no really clear stun apart from the golden hour that you want to reserve for crucial timings only. So look at the items right now. I feel like the XP lane has different objectives for both teams here. Team Falcons looking for a tankier front line on this focus with the Dreadnought armor. Meanwhile, for this Lapu Lapu already securing his War Axe in just a bit, and I feel like this is going to be on time for the next big turtle fight.
Yeah, and that would be huge for Aizen, right? That's just gonna be ridiculous. And there you go, immediately on cue, just as he said, Womi secured that War Axe, and it's gonna rotate up top towards the second turtle. GK is definitely taking this one super seriously and trying to take this one from the South Troll. Getting immobilized, but not much follow-up just yet for both teams as Zeno's just gonna roll around and try to get some advantage here. Special migration of Wild Film combo. A kill secured towards Shen. Good one coming in. Mystic Gush already used though by Quanok, and that is a huge resource to burn for the total fight. But still happening. Dark Wave towards 2 and 4, and Sanji's pretty much shooing away anyone from the total pit. Yaga still gunning down people from outside the total pit. Now, Zeno is going to get stopped in his track and getting stunned up, immobilize everything in the kitchen sink from Team Falcons. They're going to beeline towards the purple buff here. Golden Hour by Shen. I don't think that's gonna do him any good. Just a bit of a delay, and Boyet still takes the purple. Still wants to go for more. Super aggressive by Boyet.
Yeah, Quanok burns that Mystic Gush once again. Geeke, they already had something good happening for them, but Team Falcons once again finds that kickoff right before the objective. I think that's one thing to brush up on for Team Geeke. It's their positioning right before this turtle fight or the upcoming Lord fight. It seems that Team Falcons always has this active thinking or active looking around the map. If there's one target that they could pick off right before that objective, and this time it was Shen. Not only did Geeke lose the roamer right before that second turtle fight, they also lost access and given access to that golden hour.
And Shen is the fail-safe of GK, right? If there's some sticky situation, he's gonna be there with the golden hour to get them away from trouble, and if you erase that before a team fight, Team Falcons is gonna gain huge value. And this is what you should have done in the first game for GK with the Guinevere Com. Get someone away first before the real team fight event begins with the special migration combo. And so far, Team Falcons is doing that much better. Now, Shield Unity connecting on towards Troll. Mystic Gush once again. not really utilized properly by Quanok, and he is super low in mana as well, despite I believe he bought 2 mana necklace, Romy.
Oh, well, that just goes to show this. Been spamming abilities left and right. Does go for the reset right before his turtle. Thankfully for Team DK, they really will be alive. All five of them are alive for this upcoming turtle fight. And Team Falcons, led by 2000, will be starting the second turtle. Jen looking for a perfect golden hour here, but does find only Boyet inside the realm of his golden hour. Boyet gets stunned up quite a bit, and he goes down. Page on Yaga's Sky Piercer. Another golden hour goes down. Half HP on this turtle, and that's going to be a retribution for Casino. They're going to go out of that fight, and DK finally find something for themselves. Cuts down from 2K to 1K, and I believe that this should be a retreat call. Please do not fight this one.
Yeah. I was bracing for a team fight, to be honest, because all 9 of them were in the mid lane, but looks like they're just gonna scatter around and try to get the waves in the bottom and at the top lane. Aizen's gonna take the top and try to maybe take the turret for himself too if Boyet does not defend that. But it looks like Zeno wants to go for a flank, but still trying to play it safe here for GK after the win that is secured in the turtle pit. Now economy actually starting to only lean by a little bit for Team Falcons after what it was 2.5k gold lead for Team Falcons.
Oh yeah, GK definitely played that well. They got a few kills. They got the turtle. I feel like Shen played a crucial role onto stunning up Boyet with that golden hour, then setting it up for Quanok and his ultimate Mystic Gush. Flicker Force here coming in from Cuffin. That is huge for Team GK. A minute from now, the Lord will be spawning in Falcons. They won't have Flicker on Cuffin, and we all know that Cuffin is one of those players that really like to play aggressive, and now Aizen waves Spider away for safety. Golden Hour onto 2, and they're going to go in with the Rhapsodies, but it's not going to be enough to get a kill against Troll. Falcons still hold a lead, but not as big as the lead that they held a few minutes ago. And they're going to go in for Sano, make that a perfect dive coming in from GK. Seno just tanking a lot of those turret shots, and now GK fully equalizing this game. I believe that that fully equalizes the game.
But for these two teams, they don't really have a hero that can pretty much shred down the Lord immediately. So expect a long Lord dance from both teams, especially with the fact that the long lanes third are equal. So the wave management is going to be not much of an advantage for both teams, actually. So for both Team Falcons and GK has to rack up their brains to actually set up for the first Lord here. Boyet already eyeing for a good position, try to get the flank and the combo with the Dark Wave as well from Sanji, which has the Flicker intact. So gotta watch out for that. Coffin already has the Golden Hour. Everything is available for Falcon currently.
Yeah, and the only downside here for GK is that they don't have a Flicker on that Granger, but Sino starting in the fight. Half HP and a lot of people here. 2 golden hours pop in at the same time. A lot of bullets landing onto Aizen, but it looks like the Guinevere does find Shen, and the Glue finds another one, but Troll goes down. Yaga takes him out. Aizen looks to be in trouble. Sanji in the back line. Yaga looking to escape with his own bullets, but Sino looks to be the next target here. Saano right in front of everyone gets down on that jungler. And it seems that Team Falcons have fully taken control of this Lord. A disaster for DK.
Good call to be a bit greedy and get the kill towards Zeno. They knew they could have gone for the Lord without really taking any retaliation from GK Esports. But if you can get more, then why not? They were able to get the Zeno away, and this Baxia is going to fall off even more in the late game. A hero that is not really built for late game now becomes even more of a worse hero comes late game. As Boyet is gonna farm up a Storm, try to get all the camps for himself and set up for the Lord fight or Lord usage here. Sanji getting pressed down. Mystic Gush goes forward again with the shoulder bash, but now he is out of the fight. Boyet already used the special migration. Troll super low. Aizen still on the front line, taking the brunt of the damage from Sano and also Cuffin at the same time, and that's a kill towards Aizen. And now the Glue is gonna caught up in the golden hour. Zeno still trying to get that shield unity to stun someone, but he didn't manage to get anyone. He decided to clear the Lord. Looks like fight still happening. Boyet still dying for a chase here towards Yaga. He is super low. Mystic Gosh with the flicker as well. Winter Crown was able to be executed, but the projectile connects, and Yaga was able to secure a Sky Piercer stack for himself. 4 kills for this Granger.
And yet again, overextension coming in from Team Falcons. They did get the Lord pushed by itself in the top lane, but it was held by Sino, which means that they don't really get a lot or any damage at all in the inhibitor turrets. Team Falcons, despite having a 2,000 gold lead, does lose out off of it. It's like a negative Lord play for the side of Team Falcons as they still hold a less than 1k gold lead 12 minutes in. Geeky has been spectacular in finding those responses, especially with Quanok bursting down Sanji on this Phobius. We did see that Sanji decided to go for the shoulder bash, which was a bit weird on his end, but I feel like Falcons, they were just too confident in trying to win a team fight that was already a losing fight against them.
It's all about try to not make it a pure front to back for Team Falcons, because that would definitely benefit GK with the fact that they have a Granger and also Gord at the same time. The range is crazy. They gotta be a bit more creative with their approach, trying to get Boyet getting that pick off first before the real Team Falcons begins, and he's already eyeing for a good position here. Let's see if one of them got caught up with the spatial migration, but he shows himself, so no real danger there. But now Golden Hour is going to be popped. Troll super low, did not manage to get anyone with the mount, but now Aizen super low as well. The back line gonna survive. It's a Sky Piercer stack again for Yaga. 6 kills now. Coffin gotta flicker out of danger. Sano super low as well. Boyet gonna be next in line, and he is gonna get taken out. Another Sky Piercer stack for Yaga. Only 2 left alone for Falcons.
Yeah, snowball secured here for the side of Geeky. Quanok is playing out of his mind. A lot of damage coming in from the Mystic Gushes, and Yaga already getting a lot of pages at his Sky Piercer. Team Falcons in deep trouble as the Lord is getting for free as well for the side of Geeky. And this might just be an inhibitor turret for the upcoming Lord Siege, or maybe even the game if Team Falcons play it not smartly. They really have to stop disrespecting the damage coming in from GK. I feel like it's been a couple of minutes that Team Falcons have been just overestimating the time the Troll can buy for the side of Team Falcons.
Absolutely, man. And I feel like right now Sano does not have any angle at all to be able to be effective, because the range is not really working out for him. He got outranged by the Gord and also Granger, and if he's deciding to be a bit more aggressive at the front line, there's a lot of punishes as well with the immobilization from Shen. Zeno can also use the shield he needed to catch him. Aizen is also there with the dive, so this Clint pick is also getting worse and worse in the late game. No shred at all for Team Falcons. Golden Hour is going to be popped in the top lane. Sanji already half HP. Sano is still trying to clear the lane here with a Clint, and it looks like GK Esports, they will not force things just yet. Just gonna take it slow and farm up a storm. 4k gold lead so far from GK.
Yeah, and Boyet trying to find a trade downstairs for Team Falcons, able to land some chip damage onto that inhibitor turret in bottom lane. But GK, with the largest gold lead that they've gotten throughout the 15 minutes of this game, able to translate that into an inhibitor turret in the mid lane, one of the best lanes that they could get an advantage in, and now they're looking for plays inside the jungle of Team Falcons. Team Falcons, on the other hand, they do still have a chance to go in for pickoffs, as you said. I feel like if you're playing a Guinevere, that's always option number 1 for you. But we haven't been seeing that. A lot of proactive plays coming in from Shen. Now with NP Kuras, doesn't really fear any damage coming in from Sano as well. And here we go. Looks like they're going to find that one pickup. Bursts down Shen. And now Aizen caught into the photograph. And they're going to go for Sino instead. Yaga just going in with the bullets downstairs. Yaga still going in with a Rhapsody, but Aizen looks to be in trouble. And now Sino looks to be next. Troll getting in to Sano. Now Team Falcons, suddenly they're back in this game. Man, Geeky cannot have a break.
Dude, I don't get it. What was that from Quanok and also Shen? it was pretty clear they were camping in that bush, in that specific bush earlier, and they already know that Boyet was already eyeing for a spatial migration. Do they want to bait out a spatial migration towards Quanok so he can use the golden hour? That might be the case, but at the same time, you are playing with fire there. No need to take those kind of risks when you are already up in economy and also in the map as well. I do not get that approach from GK Esports at all, and feels like they're just gonna throw somebody the advantage that they're worked so hard for in this late game to ashes. They do still have a 2.5k gold lead though, so it's still quite fine. Aizen shows at the top lane. Now Falcons looks like they want to gamble on this.
Oh yeah, and I feel like they're going to gamble. Great spatial migration coming in from Boyet, but he's going to get bursted down by this Rhapsody. And Troll in the backline finds Yaga, looks to stun Quanok in as well, but he seems to be very deep in enemy territory, and Aizen already inside that fight. Sano trying to look for damage, and looks like Sanji goes down with a burst damage coming in from this Ranger as well. Troll looks to be the next page in this Sky Piercer. A great stun landing from Aizen, and now 4 members from Team Falcons go down. I feel like this isn't even a Lord angle anymore. Geeke could just end this at mid lane.
Yeah, it's Tony Valentina. There's not much Coffin can do, but watch. The wave is still pretty much healthy. Aizen's gonna catch up to the team fight. It looks like the wave is finally appearing here for Team Falcons, but now Quanok is gonna go in, and that's gonna be the end of game number 2. Team Falcons was able to get equalized. GK Esports with the strikes back, and it's now 1-2-1 in this grand final.
Oh, wow, a momentum shift in Saudi Arabia right now with GK Esports securing that game number 2. And now we have a grand final series going toe-to-toe against each other. And after that Team Falcon 16-minute victory, I honestly thought GK will be out of it. But now, looking at how GK Esports responded, kill after kill, team fight after team fight, I do feel like that GK Esports could potentially learn its way out of this. If this marks actually their first victory against Team Falcons in the entire playoffs. And I feel like that's the most interesting bit. This is the first time that GK beat Falcons in playoffs this season.
And man, oh man, Team Falcons, man. I said it in the draft earlier. The reason why I am leaning towards the Falcons more is because I've seen the proof that they can execute better than GK Esports. But the draft is quite questionable from Team Falcons. Yes, you drafted for comfort, but you're up against a Gord, you're up against a Baxia. That is not something that you want to shred with the Clint. Like, that is just... I don't think that's going to work. You can see the lack of damage immediately with the amount of special migrations and the File Requiem combo that Poet was able to land, but the follow-up seems to be lackluster, and it makes sense because it's a Clint, it's a Valentina. Most of them are utility. The only real damage dealer that they have in the late game is Sano, and there is no way Sano is bursting down a Baxia and also Lapu Lapu in front of you. So I don't see a clear plan here in the late game. I do see a plan in the early game to dominate it just by mid-trial, with the fact that you have a special migration setup and also the glue at the same time that could punish the Baxia early game. But the later the game goes, it's tougher and tougher and tougher. A lot of these picks are just going to fall off in the late game.
Oh yeah, we did see it fall off come late. I think at some point Sano was landing his bullets. There were a lot of times that he would survive the entire fight, but you couldn't really feel the damage coming in from this Clint the moment that everybody groups up. And usually the kills that do clock in for Sano are the ones who are isolated or even set up here by Boyet just for him to finish off with the Sky Piercer. So you're right, definitely. This is not something that you plan for late game. I feel like for Team Falcons, this was all in for the early game, and sadly it didn't work out for them. And Yaga had way better scaling with this Granger, despite it being more of an early game centric, early mid game marksman. The Sky Piercer stacks came in raining the moment that we came in by mid to late, and that did give a big advantage for the side of GK Esports as they clock in their first win in this best of 7 series. And now we are entering a confirmed, correct me if I'm wrong, if the math goes as 4 matches, like a confirmed 4 matches or confirmed 5? I feel like this is confirmed 5, right?
5. Yes. Quick maths.
Oh yeah.
But
5 games.
Yeah. at least 5 games. So what Boyat said earlier in the interview will not happen. It's definitely not going to be a 4-0. So good for GK. But that's not to say that GK is safe from criticism, though, because in the early game there were some really questionable decision making. You pointed out in the first kill, I believe, Womi, with that taking the Lethal Wonder. You should know better that you're not going to contest a glue with a Baxia, especially, yes, you might want to get the Lethal Wonder, that's fine, but you already used your shield unity to get to the Lethal Wonder, so there's no way for you to get out. So GK, despite them winning this game, there's still a lot of things to fix. Falcons even more. In the late game, it is still kind of winnable, even though the advantage is definitely on GK Esports. But they play it super honestly from Team Falcons. They play it like they have GK's composition. They want to play front to back. And I don't think that's going to work. The only one that's not playing front to back is Troll, who's trying to get a mount on towards, I believe, Yaga. He was not able to do it, but that was a valiant effort. But what could be better? If Boyet also follows through with the flank, if the other members were also there with the flank as well and try to get the damage dealers first before they pounce on the front liner, because there is no way you get Sano, like you're trying to just isolate in the Baxia, you're trying to just isolate Troll in the front line against Granger and a Gord. Meanwhile, you're, GK on the other side, they're isolating a Baxia against a Clint.
Yeah, so basically a losing fight on both ends. And by the way, our MVP for game number 2 will be Yaga on his performance in that Granger, going in for 11 kills with 0 deaths. Great positioning and, of course, great itemization as well, emphasizing a lot of sustain against that glue. And we did see a lot of effort coming in from Troll trying to get that back line. But as you said, there's no way that this Clint will be able to actually deal damage on those targets, considering how far off Gord and Granger was in this game. But very much a spectacular performance coming in from this Granger the moment that he gets his snowball. And it did take quite a while, though. Early game was very messy for both squads here. But the moment that he got his first few Skypiercer stacks, it came in spades. It just went kill after kill, and ending up with 11 means that he has a hot hand entering game number 3.
Yeah, man, this is just tough for Team Falcons. I don't see them winning the late game here with the picks that they secured. I always say comfort is good in this kind of scenario in the playoffs, but maybe not this comfortable. You can see here, this is the perfect example of things not working out from Team Falcons. That last fight was so bad from Team Falcons, and the fact that they should have known, right? Troll was not able to get the mount, but Sano and Coffin stayed to duke it out against a Baxia, trying to just burst him down. That is not a good decision making at all. As we're gonna see the hit map here for Yaga, just the usual hit map for gold laner. It's gonna be in the gold lane. I'm not really sure why we're showing this, to be honest.
Try to get your double lane and try to get your kills early on with Skyverser. Sadly, he did not get those kills early, but come mid to late game, that was a great translation of all of their efforts. And now we are entering game number 3 on even grounds. And I would say for Team Falcons, they did lose momentum, but I feel like when you're looking at veteran players such as Troll, Boyet, and the others, it honestly feels like momentum doesn't mean much. It's just something that they have to learn as we enter game 3.
Yeah, but we have some redeem codes for you guys out there that's still watching in the English stream. Soar Beyond Limits, there you go. Just copy paste or use your Google Lens to pretty much scan that. And that should be some maybe free skins or free fragments or maybe free diamonds if you're super lucky. So test your luck here with the redeem code. I'm definitely already in the process of redeeming it myself if I'm not too late.
Well, hopefully you're not too late, and hopefully it's diamonds for some of our lucky viewers in the English broadcast of MPL MENA GRANDFINALS. And I believe we will be hearing out words from valuable guests inside the MPL MENA region. So just in a bit, we will be sending you towards the main stage.
كان موجود. واضح ان احنا مش هنشوف نتيجه ال 4-0 اللي كان ناس كتير بتقول ممكن نشوف، سواء جي كي او فرق فالكونز. هما الاثنين كل واحد منهم يبتدي يحاول ان هو يلعب على ان هو ينهي السيريز بدري بدري، ولكن في نهايه الجيم الثانيه اتاكدنا ان احنا مش هنشوف 4-0، وفريق جي كي وفريق فالكونز هما الاثنين مستمرين في الصداره. اجان لسه السيريز كاكا ريجاردلس هتكمل لغايه اخر لحظه موجوده عندنا في البيست اوف 7. مين ده؟ انت ايه اللي طلعك على الستيج؟
لا مش لازم.
وليه لابس الاير؟ معاك مايك كمان؟ خدته منين ده؟
سلطته من واحد كان معدي.
عملت ايه؟
سلطته من واحد كان معدي.
حيوا معاه كريم يلعب تحيه كبيره قوي.
ايه مين؟ يا ريتني كنت قلت لامي ان انا جاي النهارده. انت جبتها ولا؟ شوف عامل ايه يا مود؟
الحمد لله انا زي الفل. انت اللي عامل ايه؟
انا زي الفل ان شاء الله. يعني ايه الادارات كلها انت عايش
انت عارف احنا ايه اللي جابنا هنا، ولا احنا فين، ولا انت عارف
هو
انت فين؟
انا مبسوط ان انا معاكم النهارده يا جماعه. بس انتوا بتعملوا ايه هنا؟
احنا هنا موجودين في اكبر بطوله في الشرق الاوسط للعبه موبايل ليجندز بانج بانج على $30,000 في الجراند فينالي النهارده.
انا مبسوط قوي يا جماعه ان انا معاكم النهارده. بعد الرقم ده عامه انا مبسوط قوي.
اول لما سمعت الفلوس
لا ومبسوط قوي ان احنا يعني مش متخيل ان الايفنتات وصلت لهنا يعني كده.
وصلنا اوبسلي. يمكن انا بالويم كده قدامي حوالي تقريبا اكتر من 3000-4000 نفر جايين يتفرجوا على النهارده بس، و$30,000 برايز بول وبيست اوف 7 جراند فاينل. ف نقص اون ذا لاين. واظن ان التورنمنتس بتكبر بشكل كبير جدا. ما كنتش متوقع توصل هنا، صح؟
مش متوقع توصل اكتوبر. ده الموضوع بعيده قوي. محذوفه. بس عايش عامه ان انتوا عملتوا وصلتوا حاجه لغايه هنا. ايه الاجواء؟ قول لي.
النهارده في الجراند فينالي هو كده يوم واحد، لان الفرق دي بقى لها شهور بتكمبيت. ويمكن انا اول مره في حياتي اصلا اشوفك مهتم بلعب الموبايل. في العادي عارف ان انت راجل بي سي جيمر قوي.
دي حقيقه.
ايه خبرتك مع لعب الموبايل؟ هل لعبت اي لعب موبايل قبل كده؟
لعبت العاب موبايل من زمان جدا.
زي ايه؟
في لعبه التعبان دي لو تعرفها.
ايه؟
التعبان؟ عارفينها يا جماعه لعبه التعبان صح؟
تعبان؟
اوكي. تعبان بيلف حوالين نقطه معينه. يعني الموضوع بيكبر منه، بيخبط دماغه في الحيطه، بيخسر كل حاجه. فانا بس دي اللعبه اللي انا اتربيت عليها وكبرت عليها. بقيت العبها في حياتي الشخصيه. بقيت الف حوالين النقطه بحاول اوصل لها. الموضوع بيكبر مني، بخبط دماغي في الحيطه، بخسر كل حاجه. بس الحمد لله يعني.
لا انا ما كانش قصدي على لعب الموبايل عموما، انا قصدي على موبايل ليجندز بانج بانج لعبتنا احنا. لعبتها قبل كده؟
لعبت موبايل ليجندز.
لعبت موبايل ليجندز؟
لعبت موبايل ليجندز.
طب مين هم الهيروز اللي انت بتحب تلعب بيهم في موبايل ليجندز بانج بانج؟
لعبت موبايل ليجندز. انا لعبت موبايل ليجندز.
قول لي اي هيرو بتحبه في موبايل ليجندز.
انا قلت لك انا لعبت موبايل ليجندز.
اسم اي واحد فيهم، اسم واحد حتى.
اساميهم في حرف بيضايقني.
فيها ايه؟
حرف بيضايقني كده. هو اسمه هيرو، فدي مشكله ثانيه يعني. انا مش هقولها لك دي بس تمام.
وصلتني متاخر شويه. اساميهم فيها حرف بيضايقني بس حقك عليا.
ماشي يعني لو عايز تعمل كده على الستيج انا تمام يعني.
انا اسف. لعبت موبايل ليجندز قبل كده.
لعبت موبايل ليجندز.
لعبت ايه تاني على الموبايل؟
لا انا لعبت موبايل ليجندز طلعت صعبه يعني. الشباب الله اكبر عليهم، انا شايفهم ماسكين الحاجه كده. عامه يا جماعه اللعبه دي مش سهله، فيها تفاصيل كتير وزراير كتير. وانا للاسف او دي مش يعني ربنا اراد انا ايدي صغيره، فدي حاجه مش بتاعتي. فالشباب بلاقيها لا يعني ماسكين الموبايل تركيز وانتباه وماسكه موبايل. مفيش نشال يعرف ياخد منه الموبايل ده في اي لحظه من اللحظات.
حصل.
بس يعني اللعبه طلعت صعبه. هو الفكره ان انا بتوه في الجاليري، فدي مشكله يعني. انا في الجاليري بتاع الصور ببدا اسال صور على صور ثانيه. فللاسف انا ما اقدرش اوصل للمستوى اللي ممكن يخليني العب كده. بس بعد حوار الفلوس ده انا موبايلي
$30,000.
انا موبايلي 95% عامه. لو عايزني تدخلني اي حاجه.
ولا 95%؟
انا ممكن اخش.
انت ما قلتليش اسم ولا هيرو في. انا اسف، تعالى ننسى الهيرو.
لا الهيروز خلاص ننساها. بس حته البرو بلاينج عامه في الالعاب دي لا جامده دلوقتي يعني. انا ما كنتش متخيل بصراحه ان الموضوع يوصل لكده. الشباب عامله شغل. وفي حاجه بقى انا بحقد على الموبايل بلايرز عامه. كل البرو بلايرز انا بحقد عليهم في حاجه. اي رياضه تانية الموضوع بيبقى صعب في التسخين. لعيبه الكوره بيلفوا تراك. في رياضات تانية بتبقى خطر الشباب جوه قاعده بتسكرول انستجرام وتيك توك بقالهم نص ساعه على ان هم بيسخنوا. فبس تمام يعني حياتهم حلوه. ممكن حد يرن على صاحبه يقول له قوم هخش جيم دلوقتي، البس الجراب وتعالى بسرعه.
بس بيتعبوا وسكريمز وبيقعدوا وقت طويل في تورنمنتس و
لعب.
طب هل انت اصلا في العادي فكرت ان انت تبقى برو بلاير لحاجه من الحاجات دي، او موبايلك بيجي معاك الكلام ده ولا؟
لا بصراحه، بس هي دي مشكله تانية. انا عندي مشكله كبيره مع الموبايل يوزرز.
ايه هي؟
بس قبل ما تتطرق ليها، هو في اهالي انت قلت لي النهارده صح؟
في حاجه ايه؟
في اهالي وكده صح؟
في اهالي اكيد طبعا، في اهالي كبير جدا جايين ان هم يدعموا اولادهم. اي حد النهارده جاي يشجع الشباب عموما من الاهالي ممكن يرفع ايده. في حد من الاهالي، في حد متجوز هنا جاي يتفرج على التورنمنت دي حتى بعد ما اتجوز؟
حد هنا متجوز
يرفع ايده. في حد هنا متجوز؟ القاعه كلها سناجل ولا ايه؟ في اهالي اهو.
الله. طب ممكن اطلب طلب يا جماعه مننا كلنا؟ ممكن نفتح فلاشات الموبايل؟ معلش
عمرو دياب ولا ايه؟
معلش مش هغني والله العظيم.
ممكن نفتح فلاشات
ممكن
الموبايل؟
نفتح فلاشات الموبايل كلنا. ده في فلاشات فتحت اهو.
في فلاشات كتير قوي، فكله بيفتح الموبايل. فلاشات الموبايل مش عارف كريم محتاجها في ايه، بس هو محتاج فلاشات الموبايل يعني.
ايوه ولا ايوه. تعالى بقى عشان دي مش هتتكرر تاني بالله عليكم.
يلا بينا هناخد صوره مع كريم. تحيه كبيره من الجمهور. ولا عمرو دياب في زمان.
ماشي يا جماعه، نزلوا ايديكم، انا خدت اللي انا عايزه خلاص. انا تمام، انا كده متراضي.
بس كده؟
انا مش كل يوم هطلع ستيج، فانا تمام، انا خدت كده اللي انا عايزه يعني.
بس يعني ممكن تخليهم يلعبوا بيها شويه.
لا انا خلاص، انا متراضي والله.
ماشي.
بس عامه
خدنا الصوره.
نرجع بقى للمشكله.
نرجع لموضوع الموبايل.
انا عندي مشكله كبيره مع الموبايل يوزرز عامه. احنا كلنا هنا موبايل يوزرز وموبايل جيمر. مشكلتي مع الموبايل يوزرز ان انا ممكن اكون اشتغلت في حياتي شهور كتير قوي، قررت ان انا اشتري موبايل غالي قوي، ونزلت لاصحابي مبسوط بيه على اساس ان هم هيتبسطوا يعني، لقيت كله بيبارك لي ما عدا واحد.
مين ده؟
المفروض ان هو بقى الموبايل يوزر. الشاب ده فجاه الاضاءه كلها بتطفي، سبوت لايت عليه، وبيجيبني يفتشني في موبايلي، بيبدا يمسكه كده. هو بيقول عليه عده عامه، هو ما بيقولش موبايل، هو دايما بيقول عليه عده يعني. بيبدا يهين بيقول لي انت عارف انت ماسك ايه؟ فبقول له 12 شهر من مرتبي. فبيبدا يقول لي لا ده مش الموبايل ده، لا شيء يعتبر. بيبدا يطلع من جيبه عربيه مصفحه مدرعه مجهزه لنهايه العالم، فيها كل الامكانيات اللي ممكن تنقذه من الزومبيز من اي حاجه، ارخص من موبايل 90 ضعف. بيبدا يفهمني ان هي فيها 3 بروسيسورات، مروحتين. انا لسه شايف تكييف السنه اللي فاتت. فهو حوار المروح ده انا مش فاهم.
هو راكب الموبايل وهو جاي اصلا من كتر السبيكس اللي فيه.
بالظبط. انا ما كنتش عارف ان الموبايل فيه بروسيسور
اصلا.
دي حقيقه وربنا ما بهزر. انا ما كنتش عارف ان الموبايل فيه بروسيسور زمان. دي حاجه ما كنتش.
احنا بعيد قوي يعني.
اصل ليه؟
عشان يشغل اللعب. الناس دي بتكمبيت، فمحتاج ان الموبايل ما يسخنش، محتاج كولينج، مراوح كتير.
دي المشكله الثانيه، ان انا قررت ادور على الموضوع ده. فروحت فتحت النت زي اي حد، دورت على الموبايلات اللي بتبقى موجوده دلوقتي دي. فلقيت ان الموبايل بقى فيه مروحه، الموبايل بقى فيه ليكويد كولينج، ودي حاجه جديده عامه انا اول مره اشوفها في حياتي. الموبايل بقى فيه بطاريه 8000 ملي امبير باين. انا حاسس ان انا بعمل اعلان بس مش مشكله عادي.
8000 وصلنا 8000.
الموبايل بقى سمك كده شبه البيتزا اللي امي بتعملها في البيت كده بالظبط. الراجل ماشي بقلب طوب احمر، ماشي بطوب احمر في جيبه مش فاهم ليه، وبيبدا يفهمك ان الموبايل ده عادي، هو بيبعته مشاوير وبيجيبه ويجي وانا تمام. ودي مشكله ماشي عديناها.
انت ما جبتهاش معاك النهارده، ما سمعتش الافيه بتاع البيتزا ده صح؟
مين امي؟
الوالده يعني.
لا امي مش هتسمع الافيه خلاص. اوكي
مش هتعمل لك بيتزا تاني لو
مش هتعمل، مش مشكله. بس على ذكر الام يعني، انا لغايه دلوقتي مش فاهم يعني، برضه دي حاجه ثانيه بحقد عليها. الاهالي بقت متصالحه مع الموضوع ده صح؟ بس زمان كان اللعب ده بالنسبه لي
هو البوظان.
انا سايب البيت ده.
انا شايف ان انا كبي سي جيمر اتظلمت في موضوع اللعب. دلوقتي اللي هو انا حاسس يعني اكيد يا طنط انت حضرتك اللي هو بتقولي له سيب الكتاب ده وشوف لك حاجه تنفعك.
تبدا تشوف رانكات ابن خالته.
ركز في مصلحتك.
ايوه
ابن خالتك رانكو اعلى منك.
ابن خالتك رانكو اعلى منك دلوقتي ما ينفعش. بس لا انا يعني انت اهلك كانوا متصالحين معاك في الموضوع ده؟
في الجيمنج عموما؟ خالص.
انا ما كانوش متصالحين معايا عامه بقى، مش في الجيمنج بس
اصلا؟
في المطلق يعني. فكره ان انا كنت موجود دي كانت بس تمام. الموضوع عدى ففكره ان في اهالي النهارده دي حاجه جامده قوي يعني. بس فعلا انا مبسوط قوي ان انا معاكم النهارده يا جماعه، ان احنا نعمل ايفنت بالحجم ده في مصر. دي حاجه جميله، انا فخور ان انا موجود هنا النهارده. فيا ريت نحيي بقى الناس اللي اشتغلت على كل ده، كلهم بقى سخنهم بقى.
اجان كريم بيقول لكم ان هو مبسوط بالايفنت رغم ان هو الراجل ما هواش حتى موبايل جيمر، ولكن نسمع تحيه كبيره جدا للناس اللي شغاله على الايفنت الام بي ال مانا. اهم حاجه ان انت مبسوط معانا ومبسوط بالايفنت
ومبسوط بال $30,000 قوي يعني.
ومبسوط بال $30,000. حيوا كريم يلعب تحيه كبيره قوي.
مش عارف اصل دي بتاعت ممثلين، المفروض كنت اجي
يعني
كده.
اشكر الناس،
شكرا يا جماعه والله العظيم، ربنا يخليكم على هذا التحيه، هذه التحيه يعني.
شكرا جدا لكريم يلعب اجان.
شكرا يا جماعه.
اعتقد ان احنا اقنعناه ان هو يبقى برو بلاير لان هو عجبته ال $30,000 قوي. هو قالها لي 3 مرات.
هو انا اقتنعت بيها بس اصلا.
اقتنعت بيها، رايح تلعب دلوقتي. شكرا جدا. حي كريم يلعب تحيه كبيره قوي. وزي ما انتم شفتوا يعني الراجل عمره ما كان موبايل جيمر، ولكن هو مبسوط جدا بالبطوله بتاعتنا ومبسوط بالاجواء، وبيحيي البلايرز وبيحيي كل الناس اللي كانت قائمه على البروجكت ده وما زالت عليه. واعزائي الحضور احنا كمان مش هنأخركم اكتر من كده. انبسطت جدا بوجود كريم معانا اللي لقيته فجاه على الستيج وفجاه معاه مايك وفجاه بيعمل كل حاجه في العالم، ولكن احنا كمان مستعدين ان احنا نخش للجيم الثالثه اللي ما زالت مكملها بين فالكونز وجي كي. فقبل لما نروح اظن ان كل الناس اللي قاعده هنا اتفرجت على اول وثاني جيم. عجبكم الجيم؟ ما عجبهمش الجيم. طب عجبكم الجيمين؟ ما عجبهمش الجيم. طب مش عاجباكم التورنمنت كلها ولا ايه؟ عاجبكم اي حاجه؟ مش عاجبهم الجيم ولا عاجبهم الجيم الثاني الجيم الثالث. طيب قبل لما نروح للجيم الثالثه البلايرز اوريدي على الستيج، فانا مستحيل اخليهم يبداوا بالانرجي دي. قبل لما نبدا جيم ثالثه عايز اسمع حماس الجمهور. بتجوش غير بالعين الحمراء والله. لازم هكتبكم ان مش هنروح الجيم غير لما تزعقوا. شكرا جدا للجمهور. تعالوا نتجه مره اخرى الى التالنتس المعلقين الرائعين بتوعنا ياسو ويونس ودوم بيك في الجيم الثالثه. يونس تيك ات اواي.
I'm looking forward to compete against Aurora Turkey because we lost to them last year. So I hope we get our revenge.
اكتر منطقه متحمس ان اواجهها الفلبين اكيد، لان هم تقريبا اقوى ريجن، كسبانين بتاع تقريبا كل الام وورلد كسبانينها. اي دبليو سي تقريبا مش كلها بس كسبوا مثلا كذا واحده منها. ام سي برضو نفس الكلام. كله يعني هم اقوى ريجن، بناخد خبره كويسه لما بنلعبهم. تيم فالكون فلبين وتيم ليكويد فلبين بيبداوا شويه في الدرافتات بتاعتهم، واس ار جي ماليزيا برضو بيبداوا شويه في الدرافتات بتاعتهم.
If I will choose that want to face other region, I will choose like Indonesia, and to be specific, I will choose Onyx Indonesia. I wanted to meet again is Kyrie because Kyrie is like my friend because we're on the same hometown. We're just like 10 minutes away to each other. I want to face Kyrie again because friendly rivalry, because we're on the same hometown. So I just want to fight him.
With Boyet declaring that he'd like to see Kyrie once again in the international stage.
Yeah, and I believe if I heard correctly, they were like 10 minutes away from each other when they were in the same team. I'm gonna assume that that's their houses. So, other than that, Coach Paui Burn looks like he wants to go up against Aura Turkey because last year they were the one who eliminated Team Falcons, I believe. Meanwhile, for the other player, it was a mix of the Filipino teams, right? The TLPH, the Team Falcons PH, the sister team, and also SRG. SRG right now in the team or MPL Malaysia, they're doing pretty well, even after the whole shenanigans with Cram as well. I don't know if I should talk about that. That might be a mistake, but hopefully they can recover before the playoffs and be at full strength because SRG is definitely one of the stronger teams in the whole entire world. Not to mention their gold lane Innocent arguably is also the best in the position in the last tournament.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I feel like in terms of Innocent's career, for the most part, we also remember a lot of plays coming in from the World Championships. But let's watch this video first.
هو طبعا اقوى ريجن الفلبين. اي تيم في العالم او اي بلايرز في العالم كلها بتحلم انها تدخل الريجن ده، بسبب طبعا ان كل التيمات اقوياء وبيلعبوا بدرافتات مختلفه وبلاي ستايل مختلف، فحرفيا الميتا كلها بتبقى طالعه من الفلبين يعتبر.
اكتر منطقه انا متحمس اخش معاها في منافسه اكيد طبعا هتكون الفلبين او بي اتش موبايل ليجندز 100%. ده اقوى ريجن في اللعبه من زمان جدا، من 7-8 سنين هم المكتسحين كل بطولات العالم، مفيش حد غيرهم بيكسبها، وطبعا هيبقى حلم لاي حد في العالم ان هو يكسب الريجن ده في بطوله عالميه وياخد منهم تايتل واحده حتى على الاقل. لو في لاعب عايز اواجهه تحديدا ميد لين لميد لين اوف كورس هيكون سانجي من تيم ليكويد بي اتش. الهدف بتاعي الاساسي هيكون ريفنج، لان انا اول بطوله عالم رحتها كان القرعه خلتنا ننزل ضد بعض اول جيم وكسبني بصراحه، فعايز ريفنج يعني، او اتليست اقدم مستوى كويس ضده في الميد لين.
انا اكتر ريجن طبعا متحمس ان انا العبه ريجن الفلبين، بالذات التيمات اللي هي التوب فيها، بسبب ان انا طول عمري كنت بتفرج عليهم بتعلم منهم، عايز يجي الوقت ان انا العبهم واتنافس معاهم واوصل لمرحله حلوه يعني. اكتر لاعب حابب العب قدامه الصراحه كي بوي، عشان ده كان بالنسبه لي يعني بتعلم منه كتير، بالنسبه لي لعيب جامد، فحابب اللي هو اخد الماتش اب ده.
I honestly wish that we could understand Arabic or at least be treated with subs. But Sheffin, we've heard like names here and out. I mean, Sanji was mentioned, even Kiboy was mentioned from one of the players as well in that interview. I feel like they were mentioning players that they looked up to, and no doubt Kiboy, one of those roamers, I would say one of the foundations of MLBB esports in general.
Wow, that's a big praise, especially coming from a Filipino. Yeah, Kiboy seems to have a lot of respect from other players as well. Even PH players give their props towards, especially Kiboy and Sons, the duo mid of Onyx ID. Like, this is the pillar of what Onyx ID is all about. Highly mechanical skills, but not doing too well over the course of maybe like the last few tournaments internationally, but hopefully they can bounce back. And Onyx ID looks like it's gonna be inevitable in the MPL ID playoffs. It's gonna be played in, I believe, 10th of June. But right now, this is the decider on who's gonna go to MSCWC in Paris for the MENA region, and the second placer will also go towards the wild card. So if any of them were to lose out on this match, there are still hopes to actually get to the main event, even though it is slim for me.
Yeah, very hard, and we could also see the overall things to brush up here in the first few games, and hopefully they are able to find that as we head on towards the game number 3, considering that there were some glaring issues for both squads, especially in game 1 and game 2. A lot of chaotic team fights, a lot of overextensions, but maybe they're still feeling things out. Maybe they're still one foot in the water in this series, about to dive deep in what they want to do, and hopefully that's the case, because right now for this series it has been awfully close for both teams here. We haven't seen a game where one team makes all the right decisions and goes in for a 10K and closes it out. That's the usual thing that happens in global MLBB. But now we're seeing fight after fight and gold leads that don't even extend past 5K.
Yeah, the first thing that you want to do before beating the other team is not to really beat yourself. Not making mistakes is the first step. Play super safely, especially if you have a more conservative kind of like composition. But we're just going to jump towards the third game draft here. We're going to be playing on Broken Wall. Seems like Team Falcon still staying with the EVE ban, despite them finding a lot of success in the first game. And the Freya ban still stays for themselves too.
Yeah, one of those standard bans coming in from Coach Powyburn. And now for Coach Costa Rica, they have the option to take away the Harley here. It was really hard for them in game number 1 to deal with Boyet's Harley. Even if they, let's say that they were able to limit the snowball in the early game, it's still very much hard to pace up with the Harley come level 6, level 8, where the Harley just auto clears whatever it's in front of it. And with the ban, it actually opens up more emphasis onto that Harley, but looks like they're going to go for the Zushin instead. A very tight swerve here for Team Falcons. And they're tossing over the jungle problem for Gike. Are you going to go for Suyo? Are you going to go for Harley? The Leomord is still open for anybody here. But looking at Boyet's last few played games, it's Guinevere and I believe the Harley. And for Gike, it was the Guinevere in game 1 as well.
Yeah, and for Team Falcons, they might want to go for the Guinevere here, especially with the fact that they already secured the Jushin. The knockup combo is already there, but this is definitely a curveball for Coach Paui Burn because usually Coffin is not really the one who played Jushin. He wants to go for the Valentinas, but and that is why I believe GK didn't really even consider to ban the Jushin because they feel like they know they're gonna have that Jushin in the Red 1 and Red 2, but Coach Paui Burn decided to give the Zushin towards Coffin. Hopefully, it's actually going to work out. And I like this Alice pick because they already see what Alice can do to a Guinevere comp when the execution is not really that crisp for either of the team, and decided to pick this Alice to kind of like deny the Guinevere pick. But Team Falcons, it looks like they want to go for a full-on early pressure here with the Khalid and also the Leomord. It feels like an alter ego draft in M7 if they can actually go super aggressive once that Phantom Steed is available. And GK Esports, literally everyone is on the table.
Yeah, especially the Hylos. I feel like Hylos will be really good here for the side of GK if they want to have a very strong front line, and I think deny what this Leomord could do as well by mid to late. But they're going to go for the Claude instead, banking on that gold lane early on and taking away options in the hands of Sano. And I'd like to believe that they're already eyeing to take away the carry as well. Just making sure that it's still going to be either the Clint or maybe a Granger, both of which going to have a lot of trouble burning down the Alice come mid to late.
Yeah, but the Harith is still available too, despite it not really a good matchup against the Claude. It's going to lose out against a good Claude in the lane, but against a Harley, you might want to make sure that the gold lane is not really that available to get bursted down by the Deadly Magic, so the Harith could come in handy for Sano for Team Falcons. Good ban here coming in from Team Falcons, just getting all the beefy boys in the front away from GK. The first one is got a Kacha. You might see the next one is going to be maybe something like a Glue or Hylos for themselves. Now for GK, still nailing down on the options in the gold lane. Harith is going to be banned, so it looks like Team Falcons just have to settle with something that they're maybe more familiar with. It feels like GK, as you said, well, we might be waiting for a Clint pick. They do not mind a Clint pick here, despite it being quite dominant in lane against a Claude. But come the late game, it's going to be a squishy target. It's going to be easily targeted, and you cannot get away from an Alice.
Yeah, and I feel like at this point, Farsa would be an amazing mid lane here for GK, but they're going to go for the Gord instead. Still going in for the burst with the Harley. This has been a rising duo that we've seen so far in MLBB Esports. A Gord plus a Harley. They don't really care who's in the front lines. They're going to burst down whoever is there. They just need a bit of hold. And I feel like that's what we're expecting coming in from DK come pick number 5. But for Team Falcons, they're still looking for their gold laner and potential XP. So in terms of options, they do still have the Clint. The carry is also available. I dare say the Bruno could be a better pick here, but they're still gonna go for the Clint, and this time with the Terizla in the XP lane. And there's 0 late game here, brother. And they are easily countered by this Bellaric. I've seen this in MPL Philippines. This does not end well for the Leomord.
Dude, I do not get the last 2 pick from Team Falcons. I do agree. I think the Bruno was a better pick, but even I would go for something like an Airfell just to stay safe for Team Falcons. And that Terizla pick, I don't know why you would pick a Terizla against a Harley jungle. Usually as a Terizla, you want to punish the frontliners, And so far, the only available frontliner to be punished was that Alice before that Belleric was getting picked. So I again, like, I don't think this draft is pretty good from Team Falcons, but we'll see though, because Team Falcons, there's a reason why they are multiple time champions in MPL MENA, and maybe they can actually carry quote unquote subpar draft for themselves. GK, I think, has a better advantage here despite the very unique Belleric pick. It's also definitely a way to counter this in front of you here like Leo Mort, right?
Yeah, and I think it's going to be up to Cuffin this time. I really hope that this guy builds Sky Piercer, because without it, don't feel like they could get the damage to finish off targets coming in from the side of Geeky. And for this Belleric, I feel like they're well researched. This has been the bane of great Leomord players in the Philippines. I've seen Leomord mains, Leomord one tricks getting absolutely wrecked by a lot of Bellerics here, right? When Barbiel comes in with Phantom Steed, I think the Dryad, or what was the power of a Dryad? I forgot the ultimate coming in from this Belleric. It's just going to be a big challenge here to the side of Team Falcons to actually get that snowball that they want. And looking at the entire composition for Geeky and Falcons, it's quite obvious that late game is a big advantage for Geeky.
As we're going to jump on towards the Land of Dawn for game number 3 in this grand finals of MPL MENA Season 9. GK Esports versus Team Falcons. It pretty much comes down to a best of 5 from now on. The one who gets 3 first after this is going to be the one who's crowned champions of this region. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. Here we go.
Yeah, game number 3. As you said, whoever gets the first goes to 4 games first will be crowned champions of this best of 7 series. And this time around, though, Falcons going in for a more aggressive position here early on, actually blocking off the entrance as well of Boyet, farming up alone with no leash here on this lane board, which means that Seno will probably finish off faster than this lane board, but just only by a fraction of a second here. But I feel like Boyet is actually farming at quite fast, and this might just be a marksman emblem Leomord that has risen in popularity after the slight changes. Yep, that confirms it. That's a marksman emblem Leomord.
Yeah, getting that extra farming potential, and you don't really have to build any kind of like attack speed extra for yourself to farm. But yeah, you mentioned the Sky Piercer for the Jushin earlier, I think, Womi, but thankfully for Team Falcons currently, I don't think they're lacking in damage, especially in the early game, right? They can just bruise through, like brute force through the composition of GK in the first objective, I believe, if Boyet has the Phantom Steed. And you already have that mid-prio going on for you with Coffin and Troll pretty much dominating Quanok. I believe he was getting poked down to almost 0 HP earlier. Thankfully, the flicker is still there for himself. But we got also a redeem code for you guys to use.
Yeah, it's rating redeem codes in this live stream. And this is for the PCU campaign, which means that we've hit a certain number of viewership. So congratulations to everyone watching right now. Redeem that code. And now, first turtle already spawned. And in terms of control, it seems that Team Falcons already starting it for themselves, but GK does have tools to actually engage in this one. No ultimate available yet for Shen, and Sanji already blocking off the entire entrance, which means that this will be a free turtle for the hands of Team Falcons as Sanji goes in around that purple buff. The Alice with a counter set goes in for Troll, and looks like Seno will be able to get his purple buff, and Boyd has to make a run for it, but Sanji still blocking the way. Nice pickup here on Aizen. They're going to be able to survive that fight, and that's going to be Geeky getting 1 kill, but the turtle towards the Falcon side.
Yeah, it's not that bad for Geeky, right? Despite them losing out on objectives. I think Quanok was not level 4. He didn't have that Mystic Gush before the turtle fight even begins, and that's why they were super passive. And Chen is actually on a Revitalize on this Belleric, so he cannot be super aggressive. He has to wait for the opposing team to come to themselves to be able to be effective. And he hasn't had the ultimate just yet at that time. And Valeric before level 4 is pretty much just a walking tree. Not much utility for this guy. And the second objective might be different. Really depends on how good Aizen's setup will be. But Team Falcons definitely has the upper advantage in terms of composition, because this comp, I think, is pretty much built to win on neutral objectives, Wilmy.
Yeah, definitely agree. They have the burst damage. They have the sustain. All they have to do is to land their abilities. And of course, maybe bonus points if they're able to dodge the Wrath of Dryad coming in from Shen. But regardless, even if it does land, they have the sustain to back it up. So I feel like for Team Falcons, the play here is to just get all 3 turtles, try to get a snowball, try to win off of that. Meanwhile, for Geeke, just buy yourself some time. Yeah, you don't have to rush things. The longer this game goes, the better for Geeke. You have a Claude. As long as you don't get inhibitor turrets getting destroyed by minute number 12 or 13, you're fine.
And once the DHS hits for this Claude, I think he could already fight despite him quote-unquote lacking in items as a marksman. But there is a lot of magic damage from GK, so most members of Team Falcons are going to be focusing on the magic defense. But now, Throne of Ruin going to be set up for GK, but did not land towards anyone. Troll in the back line. Good penalty zone towards Kwanok and also Shen, but not much going on there in terms of damage. Troll still in the front line, trying to deal damage and getting the passive, and was able to get away from this situation. Coffin was the only sacrificial pawn, but it looks like Sanji's going to follow through. 3 kills for GK. I don't think that's a good trade for Team Falcons.
Definitely not a good trade. They did get turtle number 2, which gives them a slight XP advantage. I think so, but already equalized by 2 kills gotten by Geeke as well. So at this point, it's still anybody's ball game, and Sano looks to be in trouble. Deadly Magic won't be able to take down his life, but Troll looking in for that Raging Sandstorm might just overextend because of that. It's a 3v1, but down bottom lane, a 1v1 between Aizen and Sanji. But we all know that it's just going to be the minions for both the XP laners here. No deaths throughout the map, just a lot of ultimates being thrown, and DK Esports still dead even against Team Falcons. This is a tolerable gold lead from Team Falcons.
Okay, Troll has to be a bit more precise on his execution, man. It's not even about, trying to get the ultimate towards the Harley. It's like he didn't see where his teammates were at all. There were 0 follow-ups potentially for the setup, so why would you even go for that? So from now on, Troll has to be a bit more cognizant on what's going on around him, especially him being the main frontliner, him being the main, spearhead of Team Falcons. And just gotta be a bit more safe and aggressive at the same time. Now, second or the third turtle is about to come up. Looks like Yaga will be able to get that DHS, or already getting that DHS by now, and he should be active from now on.
Yeah, definitely. This is, I think, Yaga's time to either double lane or to actually join the fight. Team Falcons trying to get perfect turtles here. Going in with his Alice Throne of Ruin. Seno actually gets the 3rd turtle away from Team Falcons, and the fight resumes. Wrath of Dryad in the middle of that fight as the Blazing Duet comes in. Crimson Beacon trying to buy some time here for Team Falcons and pulls down Shen, but stun lance coming in from Kwanok forces out the Mystic Gush, and boy, it goes down. Geeke able to take down 2 plus the turtle. Falcons lose out in that fight.
Yeah, all built in the hands of Aizen. Their beautiful setup with the Throne of Ruin, pretty much shooing anyone away. Some members, especially Boyd, was stuck in the front line, and that Wrath of the Dryad, man, sometimes it kind of lulls you to sleep because you haven't really seen Valeric that often, so you don't really see the full potential of this hero. Look at that, Throne of the Ruin on towards 3. The Wrath of the Dryad is there. He didn't even need to use a flicker, which he doesn't have, because there's already a hero that needs to be punished. Mystic Gush was a bit too late, but still a kill in the end with the glowing wand proc. GK is up 5 kills with no retaliation in that department. They are also quite dominating in terms of economy.
Yeah, and this is bad news if you're Team Falcons. You invested so much in your early game and you're losing in the early game. We're about to enter the mid-game mark and Sano isn't even wounding Aizen even for a bit. And that's just bad news for Team Falcons. Their main damage dealer isn't dealing much damage against Gike. And as we talked about earlier, Chef, and as this game goes longer and longer, it actually favors Gike more, considering that they do have a Claude currently 0-0-4 in this game. And by this time, I feel like he's already completed at least 2 items and half an item on his 3rd item for the Swift Trinity. So Geek, we're actually going to check that out. Yep, that checks out. 2 items and a dagger. So one more item and he gets his Swift Trinity. And that, I would say, spell GG for Team Falcons, unless Gike throws out a losing team fight. No, Aizen out of position in that bottom lane, forced to flicker out.
Okay, but I don't think Team Falcons can use this opportunity to burst down the Lord here. If they're brave enough, but in the mid lane, there are some maybe turret takes and also deadly magic towards Sanji, I believe. Just a bit of poke before the real fight begins. Long lane definitely favoring GK Esports currently. And now GK Esports can just wait. Time is definitely on their side. Team Falcons are the one who is a bit more desperate with this kind of composition, as they can try to gamble on this Lord fight. Now, Mr. Projectile connecting. Quanok still trying to poke down some members. So penalty zone and also raging stance on the back line. Getting to, and the Lord will be taken by Boyet. Now Coffin super low. GK strikes back in the mid lane or in the front line though. It looks like Yago was able to secure a kill. And now Troll, the next one on the chopping block. Looks like they don't want to chase just yet. This Khalid will go away, still keeping his life, but looks like EK will get the outer tier turret at the bottom lane quite easily.
Yeah, and with 2 kills plus a turret, this is a winning trade so far for GK. Calls in for Barbiel, but it seems that GK able to fend off members coming from Team Falcons. They will be staying down bottom lane to try to clear this Lord early on before he even hits the turret. But I feel like it's a bit too late. This is going to be a turret going to the hands of Team Falcons. And I have to correct myself. That was pretty fast coming in from Gike as they're able to defend. Total win coming in from Gike despite losing the Lord. Throne of Ruin, however, used defensively. And Quanok goes down with the dive coming in from Team Falcons. It looks like they have been compromised here. Aizen has to go back. Nice. Whoa. Coming in from Cuffin, but he will be surviving that deadly magic as Sino goes down. Man, EK was already holding that ball well, but they dropped it.
Yeah, and it looks like they want to continue to drop it here. Yaga super aggressive, but it looks like he was able to clear the lane. He goes back to Troll waiting for him. Now Yaga is going to get bursted down by Sano. There you go. That's the potential of the clan. 2 kills. Now make it 3 for Sano. Might be 4 after this. It is going to be 4 for Sano. It's a triple, baby. And it looks like Team Falcons is trying to get back on track here with this comfort pick.
Oh, yeah. But definitely back on track. Equalizes the game. Gets a few stacks in his Sky Piercer. And that's the early game advantage they have. Suddenly clocking in 11 minutes, losing out 2 turrets. And Gike already defended that Lord well. They took it down early on in the bottom lane, and then they overstayed in the mid lane. But I feel like that's more so in the effort coming in from Team Falcons, especially with Cuffin going in with the early Crimson Beacon to potentially go in for Quanok. And I think during that time, Quanok didn't have his flicker. So Gike, after losing Quanok, as you said, dropped the ball even further, still tried to defend that mid lane turret despite not having the tools to clear the waves.
And now the same problem still persists from Team Falcons. It's gonna be a clean in the late game, so you have to get through or pretty much pass by all these frontliners of GK Esports that is literally built to peel. Maybe Aizen is leaning more towards kind of a setup kind of tank, but for this Bellaric, especially, his job is to keep Quanok safe. His job is to keep all the backliners safe with that revitalize as well. So he has to be a bit more careful. Quanok just poking away some of the HP bars for Team Falcons. The Lord fight still continuing, and the Lord It's gonna be half HP, getting resetted by Team Falcons.
Oh yeah, they're just gonna dance it out. Sanji taking the brunt of the damage coming in from Deadly Magic, and now with the Deadly Magic removed, Falcons make the call to take down this Lord, but looks like they're gonna go for the fight first. Phantom Steed already called as well, but that's still going to be Seno taking it with a retribution, but Yaka goes down to the back line. Great dive coming in from Cuppin as no DPS is left for Geekay here. Boyet still comes in, finds Quanok. Sano gets another kill, but the Deadly Magic comes in back online to get that kill. And wow, a flicker coming in from Isaac, slowing down 4 people coming in from Falcons. And Falcons might have overstayed their welcome as Seno bursts down another one. Great Winter's Crown. And now Troll gets a bit of HP back, but Aizen is getting hard to kill here. Geekay might just need to escape, but obviously this is going to be an Alice. Still a 3-4-2 trade. Falcons, despite getting a lead, loses out on the Lord, and now evens out the game.
Yeah, a bit of a hesitation and also sporadic kind of execution from Team Falcons. Troll had a good idea to pretty much go for Quanok first, getting him to a full combo of Raging Sandstorm and the slashes over the first kill. The damage was almost enough, but there's really not much follow-up from Team Falcons. They prefer to go for a more safer route in the Lord bit. Sometimes you just gotta pull the trigger, man, if you really need to get that one hero that really gives you trouble, and that is Quanok. Team Falcons now, they're just trying to deter some of the incoming threat in the mid lane, in the top lane, but it looks like the second tier turrets are starting to fall both in the mid and bottom lane. Thankfully, in the long lane, though, Team Falcon's second tier turret are still intact.
Yet another roller coaster of a game. A few minutes ago, it was Falcons taking control of it with a 2.5k gold lead, and then Geekay even several minutes earlier, around 7 minutes, and now 15-minute mark. It's dead even. Shen finds Boyet, but it seems that Geekay wasn't ready to make a burst down, and now gonna re-enter that fight, but that Alice hits no one with Throne of Ruin, has to reposition himself. Sano getting caught by Seno and make that a clutch kill coming in from this Harley, and Boyet goes down next. Looks like you're gonna go for Sanji instead. It's gonna be a 4v1. Flicker out on Sanji, but looks like he wasted that battle spell. Geekay alive with 5 members, trying to win game number 2 with Cuffin and Troll left to defend.
Not much going on here. Mystic Gush immediately a bit too early there, but it doesn't really matter. The waves are coming in from Team Falcons. That's the only hope that they have. The Wrath of the Dryad getting Troll down to 0 HP. They're just going to clear down the top turret, and the next wave is incoming. It is all over in game number 3 right now. GK, after losing the first game, was able to strike back and more. 2-1 for GK. Team Falcons is definitely try to climb back up from now on.
Yeah, and look at those crowd, that crowd of GK fans going wild after that win. Again, the last time that these two teams met was in the upper bracket semi-finals, where GK Esports wasn't able to secure a win against Falcons, and I feel like that fed the confidence that Falcons had entering this grand finals, even declaring that he wishes they won't go 4-0 against GK. But now GK is ahead 2-1 against Team Falcons. This is gonna be a tough challenge for Team Falcons.
Well, remember when I said in this kind of series, you just gotta fall back and lean towards the comforts. At this point, just scratch that out of the table, man. Like that's not a good advice. Like I'm wrong. I'm very, very wrong. You know, maybe comfort in other heroes, but the Clint is just, in the word of Sean Deitch, I don't know if you know him well, utter rope nonsense. That was terrible. I really do not like that. But that last team fight from DK Esports was really, really good, though. The misdirection, you know, a lot of things happening in the jungle, in the purple buff pit. But Zeno out of nowhere in the backline, just really good flank with the Deadly Magic towards Sano, the perfect target. And it kind of went as much as I expected. The early game completely went from Team Falcons in terms of objectives, but the more time goes on, the item builds up. for Quanok, for Zeno, for Yaga, it becomes even more harder from Team Falcons to burst on the front line, and it is all over. And I like the itemization from some of the members of PK Esports, especially Quanok. He actually built the Enchanted Talisman after the Glowing One, knowing full well that he is here mostly for utility instead of damage. They already have an abundant amount of damage. Even the Alice counts as early game damage as well. So at that point, you just want to prioritize to spam that Mystic Projectile more and the pokes as well. The HP percentage based item with the Glowing One working out for you. So, intelligent itemization coming in from GK Esports, and the early Winter Crown as well from Aizen is also pretty good, knowing that he is in the front line trying to just, stay alive. And there's a lot of buy time method from GK Esports with the Rise of Giant or the Mystic Projectile connecting. A lot of things that can shoo away Team Falcon's whole team from going towards this Alice.
And not only that, the re-engage potential as well from this Harley pickup and the Alice just sustaining the hell out of all of those team fights. Team Falcons, I feel like they weren't really prepared by late game, considering how much investment they put in towards the early parts that didn't even work out. The most that they've gotten here would be at around the 12-minute mark, where they actually got their largest gold lead at around 2.6, and that was the moment where they were able to get that play against GK in the mid lane and translated that to 2 more turrets and a bit of chip damage on that mid lane inhibitor. But other than that, it was downhill from there. As you said, the moment that Swift Trinity locked in on that Claude, it was not actually a good time here for Team Falcons. And now by a game ahead, GK is heading on to game number 4, looking to get match point. If anybody were to ask what were the expectations for this series, a lot would have said 4-0 for Team Falcons. But now we're living in the timeline of 2-1 GK.
Yeah, for a good reason as well, right? And I think this is exactly how it went for Onyx ID and AP brand in M5. Hopefully we're gonna have a long series here. To cast. It's gonna be super fun here in this late of a night in Southeast Asia. But MVP of the game earlier, it looks like we're gonna show it. Who's it gonna be? Dun. It's gonna be Zeno. A lot of good flanks as well. He went to go for this do-it-all build with both the Starlium and also the Lightning Truncheon as well. So a lot of burst damage, a lot of penetration, also pretty much a glass cannon build. And he was only getting punished once throughout that whole team fight. And I think part of that is because there's really not much catch potential from Team Falcon's side. The Terizla is there, yes, with the penalty zone, but there's a reason why Terizla is picked usually to punish the frontliners, the immobile frontliners, not the Harleys, If you get the Harley towards the penalty zone, that's really good, but chances are you're not going to get the Harley, man. I'm still not sure about the blue 4 and blue 5 picks from Team Falcons. Like at this point, it's just should've, could've, and would've. The Clint and the Terizla was like, huh?
I agree. I honestly agree 100%. It would have been, I think there were better picks. But for Team Falcons, as you said, I feel like it's comfort. It's mostly what the players are comfortable at. I feel like if Coach Powie Burn is letting his players decide what to play or maybe give them comfortable picks, maybe it's better if they actually just apply certain meta drafts, especially heading on to a game that is very important for them, considering that if GK wins game number 4, that's technically match point for them. And look at the heat map of this Harley, all over the jungle, of course, getting kills as well all around the objectives. And the most important one was a kill on the marksman Saano in that last fight. And that definitely changed the entire game after that kill.
I think from now on for Team Falcons, the idea is to not only stick with the fundamentals, but just try to get all the quote-unquote fundamental heroes from GK Esports. And I feel like the Gord, the picks that GK secured so far in this match, except for game number 1, is super easy to execute. And in this kind of series, man, when it really all comes down to like 1 mistake or 2 mistakes that can decide the whole game, you want to make sure that your composition has as big of a margin error as possible, so you don't really get punished most of the time. Like Kwano can just, even if he misses on the mystic projectile, even if he misses on the pokes, you can just do it again. You know, rinse and reset. That's it, over and over again. The only thing he has to worry about is getting picked off, or like the dives coming in from the raging Sanford, the Crimson Beacons, and all that. But chances are you're gonna be super behind in the black backline, and the Balearic is gonna be there for you to peel.
And maybe as we wait for the next few games, we're also gonna treat our viewers with, once again, another redeem code there for you to claim. If you're lucky, there's diamonds. If you're unlucky, it's fragments. But there are multiple codes that's gonna be shown across the entire live stream. So just keep your eyes open. Stay with us despite not having games being played as of now, and maybe you'll get something nice. You know, there's always a stroke of luck for anybody in play in MLBB as of now. And I feel like if you're Falcons, it's going to take more than luck. It's going to take a lot of thinking, honestly, and a lot of rethinking, especially for that Clint pick. And as you said, currently 0-2, and it's not looking good. I feel like at this point to drop that, yes, it worked out for you in the regular season and early on in the playoffs, but let's reset the way that we look at the grand finals. I feel like the stats don't matter as much as it does for the players. If you're 0-2 in that hero, let's try to find something else. You know, I'm pretty sure this guy knows how to play some carry. It's impossible to not play some carry, dude.
Yeah, I feel like they're just leading towards the regular season statistics, which surely they know damn well that you're not supposed to lean on that. It feels like those kind of stats is just like a lamppost for a drunk person. You know, you can lean on it, but you can't really get you home. That's the idea.
Mm-hmm.
So you're supposed to work with the new stats that's provided in the playoffs, and so far it's not really working out at all for this Clint pick, despite posting a 5-0 record in the regular season, man. And I'm still stuck on the idea on why the Clint, why the Terizla, especially with the fact that it feels like GK Esports were like proposing this gambit, right? Pick the Clint, please, for the love of God, pick the Clint, and they're just like, hook, line, and sinker. I don't care. I'm taking the bait. I don't know. Maybe it's ego. Maybe it's more comfort. And I'm really wondering whose call was it to get the Clint. I hope it's not Sano himself, because yeah, man.
And there are other options, you know. I still remember you mentioning Irithel. I feel like if you put Irithel in that scenario with a Purify or maybe even a Sprint, I feel like that offers more survivability against a Harley compared to a Clint that literally stands there, you know? The Clint likes to be stationary. Usually when you do your damage, you're standing there for like half a second, and to be fair, it's only half a second is all it takes for a point blank deadly magic and poker trick to burn through your entire HP bar. That's what we saw at the last team fight. A point blank deadly magic with some poker tricks in the air already casted, and that was less than a second of burst damage for the marksman. So yeah, I think there's going to be a switch of sides for the upcoming game number 4, which means that Harley should be available for the side of GK unless it's banned, because last game, or the last time that they were blue side, they played something else entirely. I think they went in for the, I can't quite remember, was it the Leomord? Or no, it wasn't Leomord. I think they actually played the Harley. Let's just get back to it later.
Yeah, we'll get back to it later, but yeah, we're gonna be in a second, we're gonna see the drafting phase for game number 4, so bear with us just for a second. This is the grand finals of MPL MENA Season 9. It's kind of crazy that it's already Season 9. It feels like, you know, time goes by in a flash. Like, I still remember I'm still casting with a rinky-dink setup for MPL MENA Season 4 or 5, I think, you know, late in the night like this. I think it was like in a living room with barely any lighting going on and all that, like really bad camera with a laptop webcam, you know.
And now, after a few years, here you are again, late at night, casting MPL MENA in a different
still with a bad setup.
Well, doesn't look that bad. I'm running just a ring light right in front of me right now, so things are working out, I guess.
I have a ring light too, but it's like 3 meters away from me because there is nothing that I can put it on here. It's technically not my house, so I gotta settle with what's here, you know. Do you know that
man.
I live 10 hours away from MPL, Uomi?
That is an insane fact, Chef. And the fact that you're going to cast MPL Indonesia later on means that you will be probably sleeping in the bus. Am I right?
Well, you know, I already got here. Like this now, this is like an hour away from MPL. Usually every weekend I travel an hour from my house, you know. Yeah.
All right.
I guess
That's
it's
honestly
insane. Better. We're just gonna jump towards the fourth game. Trap here still in the dangerous grass. So far, the bands are pretty much the same, and Team Falcon still stays in the blue side. Was it blue side, right?
Yeah, I feel like it was GK's turn to pick a side, and they actually stayed in red. Oh no, this is gonna be Harley. Easy. Harley again, bro. Harley plus whoever you want to get. You bait out the Clint, you bait out the Leomord, you do it again. Oh my.
Yeah, but I think Coach Polyburn knows damn well to not pick that Clint in blue 4 and blue 5. I would be very surprised if they actually throw down the same gauntlet again. But GK Esports, it was a Harley and what was it again? Oh, yeah, Alice. Kind of denies the Guinevere pick or potential Guinevere pick from Team Falcons. And I'm really not opposed to Khalid and a Leomord pick. I think that's probably the best pick you could have, you know, secured in this blue 2 and blue 3. That really sets up for your early game objective, and that is a hard composition to go through if you are a Harley on the opposing side trying to just steal drive by tunnel steal. But it looks like they want to pivot towards more of a utility here, Romy.
Yeah, very interesting swerve here from Coach Polyburn. After what happened with that Beleric pickup in game number 3, they realized that they need more tanky front line for the jungle here, which emphasizes even more that this cannot be a Clint game. This Fredrin puts more pressure towards the side laners of Team Falcons to actually pick something with a bit of damage or a bit of shred. So, which means that GK has the primary option of just removing those shred options on the side of Team Falcons. Potentially, they could just take away the Harith again, plus the Claude, but they're going to take away the Arlet first, which means that they're going to limit the XP lane choices first. And I guess this is also respect for the amount of combos an Arlet could pull off with a Fredrin.
Yeah, I think it's more that rather than the nailing down the XP, but we have an interview here on the stage.
او مخضوض. بصراحه يعني انا كنت شايف ان تيم الفالكون يعني هياخد ايزي وين بناء على ايه؟ على شفت مثلا الجي كي في الماتشات اللي قبل كده او في ماتشات المباريات المباشره ما كانش الاداء ده. انا مستغرب من الاداء اللي انا شايفه ده. انا شايف حاجه مرعبه، شايف لعيبه اشتغلت على نفسها، لعيبه طورت من نفسها جدا، وفي نفس الوقت مستغرب من درافت الفالكون. يعني
وحقيقه هو فعلا مستوى فريق الجي كي اللي كان في البلاي اوفس اللي خسر بنتيجه 3-0 من فريق فالكونز مش هو ده اللي بيلعب النهارده. هو اكيد حضر مفاجآت، بس قول لي ايه الدرافت اللي مخليك مستغرب من ناحيه فريق الفالكون؟
اللي انا مستغرب منه هو الماتش الاول كان عادي، الدرافت الطبيعي بتاع تيم الفالكون بس انا شفت في الماتش الثاني درافت غريب من ناحيه ان الخمسه بيكون انيشيتور. يعني انت معاك في الماتش الثاني معاك يعني حد زي جلو، معاك فالنتينا، معاك بويد بيلعب بكوينيفر، معاك فوبيوس. انت عمال تنشيت، انت بتكسب تيم فايت. طب مين هيبروتكت؟ يعني انا شايف مثلا حد زي سانو ما كانش واخد راحته في الجولد لين. كل ما الجيم يليت بيطلع دامج، بس هو فعلا مش واخد راحته. طبعا دكايه كواينوك ان هو يلعب بجورد دي انا مستغربها، بس فعلا افكتيف قوي في التيم فايت بشكل مرعب. بيجري ورا الكيلات وفعلا بيجيبها، وبيلاقي سينرجي عالي قوي بينه وبين شين بيخليه بروتكت. انا مستغرب، انا يعني بجد.
بصراحه هو الغريب ان دلوقتي شفنا ماتشين قدر يفوز بيها فريق الجي كي.
And yeah, that wraps up the Falcons draft. This time they're going to go for a Shredder in the gold lane with that Claude and a Sora in the XP lane. But it seems like Geeke will be the ones actually going in for the Clint instead. Plus a Beleric once again, despite not having that Leomord on the side of Team Falcons anymore. So for Geeke right now, not much late game for them. And Falcons, on the other hand, finally playing something else. No longer the Clint.
But I don't get the Nye pick from GK with the Clint, man. Like, I think the Cloud will do just fine. Even if Team Falcon secured the Clint, then so be it. I don't think that's really not much of a trouble. I like the Sora pick though from Team Falcons. That's one way for you to dive to the backline. Expect a lot of the damage form Sora to come up more often than the setup Sora, because they really do need that to get through the backliners of Team GK. But one thing that I guess the silver lining for GK Esports is, despite them not really having that shred in the gold lane, they do have some kind of sort of shred in the mid lane and also in the jungle with that magic damage. So I guess GK has something going on that can solve the Fredrin problem.
Yeah, I guess that's something that we have to wait for the moment that we enter the land of Dawn. But so far, the burst damage coming in from the Harley will be very much respectable, paired up with the mid lane combo as well, with the Mystic Gush. So as you said, that does answer the Fredrin problem for a bit, but GK does have more than one problem with the Sora potentially going to the back line paired up with the Khalid. So it all boils down to how they're going to position themselves inside the upcoming team fights, especially early on around the first few turtles of this game as we head on to game number 4 of this grand final. Last game, it was already GK Esports turning the tides against Falcons after their game 1 victory. Now it is 2-1. And if they win this game, it's going to be match point for GK, which will already be an upset in the eyes of many.
I really hope that GK lose this game and these two teams realize that you shouldn't be picking Clint in a grand final. Maybe, like, I guess we got what we're asking for. Like, I asked for weird picks for each region, more of an identity picks, but so far the identity hasn't been working at all with a 0% win rate. But hopefully, it stays 0 after this.
Yeah. The Clint has not been working out here in the grand finals. The regular season is a different story overall, but I kind of get why they're picking the Clint. But then again, you want to look at the updated stuff, and the updated stuff tells you that Clint doesn't win you games. And with Sanji playing this Sora, it's going to be very interesting on what kind of formula he's actually going to use, considering that you did mention that Storm could be or Thunder could be the choice here, considering that the backline is the main issue here for GK. But it's going to be a while before the next big team fight. Actually, I'm quite surprised that both teams here are just playing it out, no big all-ins just yet.
Yeah, I think the only, Team Falcons are the only one who has a say on what's going on in the early game. GK will try to play it as passively as possible because they have a Gord and also Beleric. The idea is to punish, not to initiate, especially with the Revitalize as well. And before Beleric hits level 4, it's pretty much just a walking tree just to be admired at. But now, so far, really not much going on. Just a slight economy advantage from Team Falcons, especially after the mid-trio. They were able to deny some way from Quanok, I believe. So that's something they can build on in the early game. Oh, look at that. Good stun coming in. Quanok super low. He's going to get punished. It might be 2 here. Shen pops the Revitalize, but bounced by Boyet. But damage still continuing. Troll will be the one who is taking the kill. He is taking 2 kills. out of the entire 2 that they have, and still going on super aggressive here. Still has the heal to shoot Sino away. Oh, it's a solo kill down below, and it's also a kill in the jungle pit. What is going on, Moby?
What is going on? Suddenly, Team Falcons flips a switch. They get the turtle. They get a solo kill downstairs between a Claude and a Clint, and they go for another play down mid lane. Bonks the 2 of them, and yet another conversion for Team Falcons. GK Esports, a chef, and it feels like I'm watching a different Falcons right now. It feels like the last few games was just a mirage. And now I've finally found the oasis. This is not the Falcons that we watched early on.
Yeah, it really do feels like that, man. Maybe they're, getting their form back here, and Troll is just super aggressive here. They're finally playing with the winning condition here. The fact that they already have the mid trio going on for them with the Jushin and also the Khalid. Even Chen currently is still before level 4, so you can see how dominant these 2 guys here, Troll and Coffin in the mid lane. So they just play with that. Just play with the fundamentals, man. It's as easy as that, especially with the opposing roamer being a super passive one. You can pretty much be as aggressive as you want, as long as you don't overextend, and taking some turret aggro for you, then you're not going to get punished at all in this early of a game.
Yeah, and that's what we've been seeing across the last few minutes. Aggressive maneuver after aggressive maneuver coming in from Falcons. They're still going to go in for an invade here. And Boyet already threatening another Retribution steal. And I feel like he wasn't able to get it, as a Retribution was used here for Sino, able to take down his own purple buff. And I feel like with that, Retribution will be still up at around 5 seconds cooldown the moment that the second turtle does go up. But that doesn't matter that much, considering that Team Falcons, they want to fight in this upcoming turtle. And I feel like if you're GK, you just give this. Try to find a trade elsewhere.
There is absolutely no way you're contesting this, especially against a Fredrin. Their first skill also functions as a second Retribution. And even then, look at that. This is a sign of an elite team, Uomi. Troll knows that looks like GK was gonna completely concede the neutral objective, and he's just guarding on the other side of the map, which is Sano. Very intelligent, and now they're going for a orange buff steal, and so far it's looking perfect from Team Falcons. Now Boyet is gonna go for a ton and a bonk as well. A kill secured. Chen super low. Pops the revitalize, but it will do him nothing. Throne of Ruin, a desperate attempt. Now Yaga is in the party. Not much damage though from this early Clint. Boyet still very much strong. Aizen still wants to go for a kill and a secure towards Sanji, but now Yaga might be going for a secure kill here. Not much going on. Sanji is still at a 1 HP bar, and Falcon once again playing it perfectly.
Yeah, no conversions coming in from GK, and Sano just farming it up in the bottom lane already with his first kill of the game. In fact, that was a solo kill against Yaga, and things are looking great for Team Falcons. This feels like the Falcons that was introduced to us a few years back. This is the Falcons that ruled the MENA region for months upon seasons now, and now they're going to look in for their next big fight in the mid lane. But it seems they're just going to rotate down bottom lane instead. Yaga and Shen might just be in trouble here. A big rotation coming in from GK, trying to respond, but Cuffin calls the trigger here. Quanok looks to be the first target. Look at the burst damage coming in from Troll. Takes down Quanok. Aizen looks to be the next target, but Blood Gleam isn't pressed. The taunt came in time. The flicker is there, however. And now Shen looks to be the next target as he goes down for Sano. And now Team Falcons, they are ahead by 10-0. Cancels the recall coming in from Aizen. Goes in for the orange buff. And nothing is left for GK to take.
Yeah, at this point is Team Falcons game to lose. I don't see a comeback angle unless 5-man Throne of Ruin, 5-man Mystic Projectile. You know what? Hell, why not? 5-man Deadly Magic if you can actually do that. I don't think you can do that. But Falcon, so far 10-0, no retaliation at all. 6k gold lead in 7 minutes. That is close to perfection. And so far they're playing it beautifully, man. Even in that exchange earlier where they were able to get a kill towards Quanok. They know what to do. They nail down on the weakness, which is the bottom lane. It's a Clint. And also Bellaric, it's easy for them to dive with 4-man. And not only they're just not committing towards the bottom lane dive immediately, they just completely intercept the incoming backup with Quanok and the whole team. And now they might be looking for more Shan though. Still trying to guard the purple buff here. Aizen still in the front line, and Falcons playing this beautifully.
Man, the last 3 to 4 purple buffs was all invaded by Team Falcons. Granted, there were a bit of purple buffs that was secured by Seno with the Retribution. The fact that he used that Retribution still makes it sad. It's a free reign over Team Falcons inside their own jungle, and Troll is already overextending behind that turret, providing much-needed vision and kill pressure on the side of Team Falcons. They want this turret bad, but looks like they're going to call to delay it for a bit. Mystic Projectile doesn't land coming in from Quanok, and it seems that nobody in Geekay could buy the time that they need. Aizen trying his best. Boyet going in for the front line instead, and Shen throwing out his taunt but doesn't land. Aizen goes in for the Throat of Ruin, doesn't really land onto anyone, and he gets the kill. No! Raging Sandra onto Troll on the back end, and looks like it is going to be a kill for Yaga, but looks like the Sora is already in the back line. They're going to go for Shen instead. It's going to be a 1-4-3 trade, and Boyet lives to tell the tale. Geekay finally gets their first kill, but to what price to pay?
Too big of a price to pay. Finally on the board, but in the end for Geekay, it's still pretty much a big losing trade. And now all they can do is just turtle on the base, as the Holy Shield in the bottom lane will be popped under 9 minutes. So far, Team Falcons is doing everything correctly. Really zero mistakes so far. See how it looked like when you're not picking the Clint? Life is just better, man. Life is better.
Yeah,
you know, your kids are doing well in the house. Your wife's happy. You know, it's just how it is. It's easy.
Money in the bank. What else? A good vacation booked in Boracay, or maybe somewhere in Bali, Indonesia. And now you have Lord Boyet getting the first Lord of the game as well. Also, the last 3 Eternals. Life is good when you're not picking Clint.
Really feels that way, and hopefully, the evil in me wants another Clint pick, but hopefully no more Clint pick for the sake of professionalism. You know, my own professionalism, because I usually go off the track when these things happen. And now Team Falcons, right now, they're just playing S5, trying to just scout out all incoming situation in the jungles, and maybe if there is a knockup or two, they can actually commit towards a set here. 4 of them is grouping up. This might be an angle for Sanji.
Oh yeah, definitely an angle for Sanji, just waiting on for his flicker. Troll looking for the Raging Sandstorm onto the backline, finds Yaga, and looks like Sanji goes in for the torrent form instead, stuns up 2 people. Aizen, Quanok forced to flicker away, and now Shen forced to fend by himself. Make that another kill for Falcons as they take 3 lives with them, and now forced to scratch their heads on camera, caught on 4K. Geekay needs to defend against 5 members of Team Falcons.
Not looking good at all, and that is an understatement. 9K gold lead in under 11 minutes. This is incredibly dominating game that Team Falcons played so far. They're getting desperate, trying to get some kills here with the Mystic Gush, but the damage is just not enough just yet. The Radiant Armors are there for every frontliners of Team Falcons, and they're up 10K right now, Womi. And I like the itemization coming in from Team Falcons as well. Coffin actually builds the Silence Robe, I believe, after the glowing one. Knowing full well that he is the main target of this Harley, especially, So even if there's a flank from the Harley, he is not going to be able to get bursted down that easily. Combined with the shield provided by the Crimson Beacon and also the dashes, he is almost untargetable. And there is really not much setup from Geekay's side. It's only Throne of Ruin.
That's true. And I feel like Yaga is a non-factor. This Clint is a non-factor as well, considering that Troll has been bursting down this marksman by himself even. Honestly, I'd like to take a peek on the item set here for Troll, because I'd like to believe there's at least 1 damage item in this Khalid, considering how much damage he deals. That can't be just base damage, you know. So I'll be waiting for the items to show up later on. But as of now, it's closing up to be an 11k gold lead in the hands of Team Falcons, and they're denying much of the map against GK as they set up for the next big lord, spawning 15 seconds from now. Clearly, Falcons have everything that they need to take this lord. It's gonna take a miracle and more for GK to contest for this one.
Yeah, they definitely need to look for a miracle, but miracle does not come by itself. You gotta find an opportunity to make it for yourself. But even then, what do you do? Because this is a composition that relies on the opposing team to dive in and you getting the punish with the Wrath of the Dryad. So now it's almost zero utility for almost everyone from DK Esports, even Shen too. Especially Shen, I would argue, with the Revitalize. Not much going on for GK so far. Up to 11k gold lead, as we're going to take a look at the items right now. Almost 3k gold lead for this Jushin over the Gourd. And you know damn well that Gourd clears the minion much, much faster than the Jushin. That is so jarring.
That's true. And it also surprises me that this Khalid doesn't have any damage items and has been bursting down Yaga left and right. So, which means that they're just that ahead, I guess. Like, zero survivability for this marksman of GK and Team Falcons looking to end this game with a Lord push down bot, with Falcons looking to make a play up top and mid lane as well. And looks like they're not going to spam their Mystic Gushes as well. They're going to go in for this defense. As of now, top lane is the objective for Team Falcons.
Oh, not really that good of a wave management here from Team Falcons. All three hitting at the same time, but not much set at all. From Sanji, gotta watch out though. He has the flicker, and there you go. Shifting Skies, Raging Sandstorm immediately, and also the Blazing Duet comes in from Sano. Trollo's gonna get taken down first kill, or second kill by Yaga. Members are falling down left and right. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Aizen still under the turret, trying to get some kill, trying to deal some damage and all. Looks like the Bunk will be able to get Zeno down to 0 HP. The mid turret is super low. They still have a wave down below. Team Falcons, despite all of that, still winning on the trade.
Yeah, and a very surprising defense coming in from GK. And looks like Falcons will still try to end this. 5 seconds onto Quanoff. There will be an immortality here for the Belric and none for the other as Shen goes down. And Quanoff finally up once again, trying to clear his way out of this fight. And Boyet, very low in HP, buys an immortality right before he dies. Here comes the Winter's Crown reset, but only buys him a bit of time. And that's going to be a stack for the Sky Piercer. Holy, Sheffin, I did not know this was going to end this way. How did DK defend with an 11k gold lead Falcons?
I think it's mostly overextension, and also the fight is just too sporadic. I thought the combo initially was pretty good, but the response from GK was so immediate. The tough boots are working out so well for themselves. They were able to flicker out of the chain CC after the shifting skies, and there's really not much punish coming in from Team Falcons. They're super reliant on Sano's damage. He's pretty much the only real damage dealer that Team Falcons has currently in this late game, aside from Sanji that can use that Thunder Form. But so far, we haven't even seen a single Thunder Form. Mostly Sanji is just there to use as a setup tool. But now, Yaga is able to get away from the incoming damage or incoming danger with the concealed play of Troll. And he's still safe.
Mm-hmm. And that honestly feels very scary if you're GK. I feel like they did time the flicker coming in from Troll. But now with complete battle spells, Team Falcons has all the tools to secure this Lord for themselves. And oh wow, GK's actually going to risk it. Shen going to provide some vision. Aizen in the vicinity, trying to stun up Boyd. But Boyd secures the Lord. As Cuffin goes in with the Crimson Beacon, finds Quanoff. And Shen is forced to defend on the other end of that fight. Sino repositions with the Deadly with his space escape, but Aizen goes back to that fight. Sano still alive, however, going in for that Aizen instead with the Winter's Crown chosen with that Blood Gleam. But looks like Aizen's finally going to go down. Shen looks to be next. This is game for Team Falcons, and looks like they're just going to clear out the minion waves and take this game, equaling it out 2-4-2. And this gives us a series, Sheffin.
Yeah. What do I say, man? What do I say? Stop picking the Clint. Stop picking the Clint. 2-2 currently in this grand finals. It's building to be a really, really good series here. Well, I mean, very competitive from both of these teams. But yeah, a bit of mishaps in the late game for Team Falcons, but the lead is just too much for GK to deal with as they secure game number 4. And all the Team Falcons fans are very happy with the result because you know, if you're going down or if you're in a position when you're losing 3-1 in a best of 7 series, that's almost a death sentence, isn't it? You know, that's why a 3-1 comeback is such a big deal. You know.
It is a big deal, and thankfully for Team Falcons, they wouldn't have to go through a 3-1 comeback. So now it's 2-2, and things are just heating up here in MPL MENA Grand Finals. Both teams still working their way upwards of this best of 7 series, and as much as we've been looking at this game in the lens of Team Falcons being the more dominating team and now showing their true form in game number 4, man, I feel like this is going to be a long night for everyone here. I feel like it's going to be like 5, 6, 7 games at this point. And oh, wow. Hopefully Gike has an answer to that, because that was one hell of a game coming in from Team Falcons as we head on towards the highlights. And this is going to be quite literally a kill reel for Team Falcons. There's not much Gike has done in this fight.
Yeah, it's definitely a highlight from Team Falcons, but it's a bunch of lowlight from Team Gike. They dropped the ball immediately in the first neutral objective, man. Even in the mid-prior, they were not able to weather the storm, which is the trouble when you're picking up Belleric. You cannot really be super aggressive. You don't really have a lot of wave clear and also early game damage. That way, you really rely on your survivability to just get the minions, and you cannot do that against a Khalid and a Jushin. This is the prime mid-prior combo that deals a lot of damage in the early game, and that CC also is ridiculous as well. The last fight here, I think, you know, Gike, if the position were equal, they could have, you know, keyword could have won this fight if it was this sporadic. But, you know, it's already 10k gold lead, so it doesn't really matter.
And that's the harder part for GK right now, just solving another problem in their hands. They already solved the Guinevere problem. They already solved the Leomord. And now with the Fredrin, I feel like that's even a bigger problem. But I feel like that could be fixed with one pick. I'm not quite sure why we're still looking at a Clint as a viable pick in here in the grand final. Hopefully, as we look forward to the next few games of this grand finals, we don't see our resident cowboy anymore, because I think it's already proven and tested throughout the last 4 games of this grand finals that Clint doesn't win you games.
Yeah. Look at the KDA still from the side of Team Falcons. Coffin with a crazy 9-0-14. And I believe he didn't even have the Sky Piercer, so kind of a lost opportunity, but doesn't really matter. A win is already secured, and he probably deals the most damage anyway. Yes, he deals the most damage with Sano. Very much expected. 0 tower damage for GK. That is ridiculous, especially in the grand finals. I mean, to be fair, they don't really have a composition that, you know, you don't really have a Moscow, you don't really have that long lane presence, right? It's mostly built for a 5v5 team fight. Unfortunately, though, the team fight is not initiated on your end. You have to respond. This is a response kind of draft. So, yeah, it's not that great in the current meta game, especially if your opponent's execution is precise. But speaking of precise, it will mean 9-0-14 for Coffin, once again MVP. I believe second MVP in this match for Team Falcons.
Yeah, game 1, actually, both of the games that Falcons won, it was Coffin that secured the MVP. Game 1 on his Eve performance, now in game number 4 with his Zushin performance. So hopefully we do see a lot more emphasis on Coffin making the plays for game number 5, considering that next game will be deciding match point for any of the teams that we're watching right now. And yeah, this is a guaranteed game number 6 because we've went down to the wire 2-2. For all of our Southeast Asian fans watching the MPL MENA right now at this hour. Hopefully you guys are hydrated. Hopefully you guys are well rested. And if you guys are working on a night shift or maybe enjoying a night out with your friends, hopefully y'all are safe. It is a Saturday night, or oh no, it's a Friday night here in Southeast Asia. And for our audiences in the Middle East or the Western world out there, I'm pretty sure it's still early, quite there. You know, maybe around dinner time, perfect time to eat.
Yeah, but for Southeast Asians, this is demon time right now. We should have been sleeping for a while. But yeah, it is what it is. You know, gotta get the moolah, gotta hustle here for us casters. And also, at the same time, we are treated to some pretty good Mobile Legends action here in MPL MENA. We got what we asked for, the weird picks, the identity picks of the region. It seems like it's the Clint. But yeah, unfortunately, sometimes you just gotta brush up your identity and make a new persona at this point, man. Yeah. Just you can still be basic and interesting at the same time. You don't have to be different and interesting.
Yeah, there are multiple picks that has been ignored for quite a while now that we hopefully will get to see soon enough. Once we go back to game number 5. You know what I kind of appreciate though for this series, that I feel like there's no big breaks between the games. I think teams are given like a maximum of 5 to 10 minutes to regroup and recoup and just say, hey, let's stop this, let's do this instead, and move on towards the next game. I feel like that's a good thing for this series.
I mean, they're better through that, man. I feel like I know why is that, but I'm not sure if I want to say it here. You know, it would be uncouth. Oh yeah, we are going towards game number 5 here. You know, hopefully for the viewers, we'll go full game 7. Hello, let's go. Let's go.
All
no,
right.
no 6, only 7. Only 7.
Only 7, you know. But as of now, I feel like we also need to take a break here before we head on to game number 5, because things are heating up. We're 2-2, and MPL MENA will be back after a short break.
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だったわよ。
愚かなる弟よ。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか思ってます。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だったわよ。
思ってます。愚かなる弟よ。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか思ってます。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だったわよ。
Welcome back to what is shaping up as one of the best grand finals MPL MENA has ever produced. Currently, we are 2-2 in this best of 7, and we're still going to be your casters for the entire series in the English coverage of the MPL MENA grand finals. Still with me is Shefin, and we're going to introduce you to the action that is MPL MENA grand finals.
2-2 so far after a 1-0 win for Falcons. Yeah, then 2-0 for GK. Now Falcons strike back with a very, very convincing win. 10k gold lead, almost 11k. It was super fast as well. Crisp, clean execution from the multiple times MENA champion here. deservingly so. And you can see the level of experience that they bring out to the table in game number 4, man. Hopefully they can continue with this track, and hopefully Geeky somehow can manage that, because I think when Falcons is on the top tier shape, then it's gonna be super tough to beat them.
Yeah, and we did see that top tier shape last game. Very dominant gold lead in the first few minutes of the game. I believe it was around 10,000, 11,000 come the minute number 10 or minute number 11, which meant that the side of Geeky didn't really have tools to deal with it, especially with the Clint not scaling well towards the late game. So my prediction coming in here in game number 5, Shepin, is they're going to switch sides, so which means that Team Falcons securing the Clint in game number 5 and ensuring that there might be a game number 7 here, Shepin.
Just want to say, if there's a Clint in this drafting phase, well, may you're solo casting it. Good luck. I'm wanting it. Hopefully I still got paid, though. Hopefully
the moment that the Clint goes in, Shepin says goodnight.
Speaking of getting paid, though, we got some redeem codes for you guys. Why don't you redeem these codes? Down below, Sorbion Limits. There you go. Might get diamonds, might get fragments, might get skins. You might get the Womi's whole account.
Yeah, that's true. That's worth around. I'm a world collector at this point, so I'm not quite sure how much that's worth. But you get a lot of skins, so make sure to get that claim. What? Sorry, how many dollars did you say?
At least $5.
At least $5. At least $5 worth of stuff. So make sure to claim that code that popped on your screen, and hopefully you do get a trial skin for Clint and you pick it with your friends. How about that? Let's go. Hey, Clint and RG is not half bad, ranked game Clint, not half bad.
Yeah, how is it Clint on MPL PH, by the way? I think it's only used once in MPL ID so far, and I didn't get to cast it, so I didn't really get the opportunity to see it. But Savero has been using it a lot, I believe, right? At least twice for Onyx PH.
Yeah.
The Onyx PH seems to have some kind of bias to either Bruno or the Clint, I believe.
Yeah, they usually get the Bruno or the Clint against Claudes. So I don't know how Onyx makes it work, but I feel like it's mainly because Super Prince is also relegated into playing mages that also carry, like Zushin, sometimes a Selena, stuff like that. If you have a mid laner that could actually carry the game, I feel like having a Clint to set up the initial burst, they're just technically going in to change responsibilities. Just usually it's the gold laner that cleans up, right? But a lot of times the mages in MPL Philippines, they're the ones to clean up after the initial burst. That's what I know.
Okay. So maybe they can use that in game number 5 here, because I'm not sure, man. Like, Clint, one of the strengths of this hero is to win the lane, right? You have that early game damage going on for you with the first kill as well. The bulk damage is insane, but you lose out on a 1v1, I believe, against a Claude earlier. I guess it's not going to work like that the whole way. I think maybe once you get level 4 for the Claude, I think the playing field not only will be leveled, it would favor the Claude just by a bit, especially if you build that warrior boots for the Claude. But we are going towards game number 5 draft here. It looks like the bans are going to be exactly the same.
Yep, and we are heading on to Broken Walls for the first time. The first 2 games was back-to-back Dangerous Grass. Then we head on over to what I believe was it Broken Walls as well last game? Or was it another? I'm quite sure that wasn't Dangerous Grass. I think that was Flying. No, that was Dangerous Grass. We were back-to-back Dangerous Grass, and now we're heading on to Broken Walls for the first time ever. And the Zushin taken away, which means that the Harley will be a priority here for Geeky. Throw them a curveball. Lock in that Clint. No, I'm kidding. Maybe Zushin taken away. Soyo has been completely ignored in this series.
Yeah, it has to be the Harley here. I'm not sure why they're taking a while, but maybe there are some other picks that I forgot about. It is gonna be the Harley. I wonder, I think Fanny is not really a playoff hero, like too much risk. Once you have a single mistake, then the retaliation will be like tenfold for the opposing team. But I wonder if these two teams are just completely gonna be abandoning the Fanny the whole series for 7 games. Maybe they have it in their pockets if there's ever an opportunity to pick it in the second phase. Not now, maybe.
Yeah, and I feel like if you're gonna play the Fanny, you would never want to open it up early too, considering how much the Hilda, the Hylos, or even the Gatot Kacha could pose a threat to your basic existence as a Fanny. But looks like Falcons will be securing a Valentina instead with a Phobius that automatically takes away a potential Sora pick here for DK. And I feel like the Gord is still pretty much the option here. Somewhat of a Gord Khalid. I feel like that's the safest thing to actually get. And they finally get a carry as a late game shredder onto the hands of Yaga. And now an Alice as well for their XP laner. Next pick here for Team Falcons, they could get a Claude and just call it a day. There's nothing bad about basic.
Yeah. Claude, well, technically it's not the greatest matchup because the carry. So if you want to play it a bit more conservative, I guess Granger could work for the gold lane, but I'm not sure if they want to go for the gold lane here first. But I guess it could be banned for Geeky Esports here in the second banning phase. I'm actually more of a fan of a glue for Geeky Esports instead of the carry because it's a really good matchup against the Phobius. If you want to flex it towards the XP lane, you cannot get bursted down by the Valentina too. So I don't really see why Geeky did not ban the glue there. It looks like they're gonna go for your pick here. Well, the Claude has been finding a lot of success in the series, especially against the Clint, but now it's gotta be a carry. It does have its uses against the carry, despite the true damage is gonna go through the Blazing Duet either way, even if you use the Wind of Nature.
And to be fair, I think the Phobius will be a big wall for this carry later on. But I think, even out by late game. The moment that this carry is able to get his 4th item, maybe a Malefic Gun, they're going to take away the Kaja. And I feel like this is just a precautionary step of not getting a potential Kaja carry combo. This has been very popular for the past few years of MLBB Esports. It's one of those techniques that you pull out of a random playbook, which almost guarantees a kill for the team that drafts it. So just playing it safe here. Team Falcons taking out the Gatot Kacha as well. Roam bans across 2 teams as we head on to a picking phase that has less and less roamers. The high loss is still open. I think if you're looking for suppress, Franco, the Grok is also open to take as well.
I don't know why Kalea is not the prime option instead of the Kaja. Maybe, there is no bug, right, for the Kalea? I'm not sure because so far in this series, it's been completely ignored. There you go. Finally, we see a Kalea here. If Team Falcons did not pick it, then for sure Geeky will pick it for themselves. But now, Geeky is left with not much of an option unless they want to go for something that's super basic like a Hylos. I guess that's the only way you want to go for, or the only roamer you want to go for to top it off for the mid lane here. Oh, Zutian. I guess that's a really good answer to the Kalea combo. You want to use the Fury of the Phoenix to kind of retaliate from the incoming combo of Team Falcons. I like this. I like the last 2 picks from Geeky Esports.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. It's just loaded with magic damage and true damage. So I feel like Falcons could just do themselves a favor and they won't really build much armor in this game. And so far, both teams are looking to have great drafts entering this very crucial game number 5 here, considering that both of them actually got what they wanted. You have Burst on the end of DK and late game insurance, and also a way to retaliate against this Kalea. Meanwhile, for Team Falcons, you have this combo with the Kalea, the Guinevere, and the Phobius. Definitely something that they want if they go team fight centric with the Claude as well. So both teams here definitely did get what they want out of this drafting phase. It's now going to be up to both teams to just execute it better. And I feel like I want to pull it back, reel it back in, based on our conversation early on, that the margin of error here is very important. And I feel like the margin of error for Falcons is a bit shorter, considering that they do have a Claude. That guy just presses one button and spins around.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's a one-cycle kind of hero for the Claude, for the Kalea. So if it messes up, if they mess up, then it's going to be super, super hard for you to come back compared to the carry, which can, even if you don't have that speedy light wheel, the ultimate going on for you, you can still do consistent damage for yourself. That true damage is still going to come through. And also, one thing that's still a problem for Team Falcon's composition is the only real damage dealer here is that Claude, right? So, come to the late game, you have to be over reliant on this gold lane. So, make sure you want to win the early game for yourself if you're Team Falcons. But it looks like Team Kike also drafted a pretty good early game composition from themselves. Although the neutral objective for the first one, I think it's gonna be favored towards Team Falcons with the Kalea and also Phobius in the front line. And here we are, game number 5, MPL MENA Season 9, a grand final once again. Geek Esports versus Team Falcons with Wumi and Sheffin casting this game.
Yeah, and after that, the last win coming in from Team Falcons, the expectations have returned for Team Falcons. Everybody thought that this was going to be a quick 4-0 or maybe a 4-1 at best, with Team Falcons dominating the region once again. But Geek has proven that they deserve that first seed in the regular season, that they deserve the recognition that they've had entering this playoffs despite losing that upper bracket match against Team Falcons. So they just have to recover from that terrible game number 4. Now Troll looking to survive in this 2v2 fight in the mid lane, forced to flicker out with the attack speed debuffs coming in from Shen here, and a lot of hope coming in from Quanok as well. Cuffin, however, reaches level 2 and still in the very bad trade here for Team Falcons, losing out flicker for Troll.
Here's a 2v3 though in the lead. It looks like it's gonna be taken by Boyet with the retribution. So good one there, despite them not really having that numbers advantage. Emblem though, not much. Nothing that's super special right now. So Festival of Blood for this carry, and also Fighter Emblem. So he is super sustainable, especially if you proc that passive. Even to the minions can heal up just fine. Yeah, it's just all normal for both teams in terms of emblems.
And we also have another code here for you guys to claim, so make sure to claim that before it disappears right over your screens, or you could just replay it anytime. It just so happens it might be a limited claim as we head on towards the setting up of Team Falcons for the first turtle of this game. They are able to control the river quite well with this Kalea pick. It looks like High Loss and the gang for Geek trying to reestablish their presence around that as we head on towards this short poke down towards the gold lane. I feel like I believe that Seno, already level 4, has the ability to burst down Aizen here, who's still going to look for his level 4 periods. And the turtle will be started here by Team Falcons. And looks like a fight will be breaking out there at the back line. Quanok forces the Fury of the Phoenix, but Shen just sustaining into the back line, trying to look at Sanji as the turtle is secured here by Team Falcons. The focus goes down. Aizen takes a kill, and that's going to be a 1 for turtle in our first fight of this game number 5.
Yeah, Kike lost that fight for the objective, but at least there's a kill there towards Sanji. And if you got a kill on towards the Phobius this early of a game, then you kind of cut off the early game potential of the Phobius, which is super high as well. So that's a good thing to build on towards the second turtle from now on. If you are Geek Esports, as we're going to see the replay here, the Fury of the Phoenix was stolen by Cuffin, and the level 4s was late for Geek Esports. That's why they were kind of late in retaliation and also starting the fight. But to be honest, they can't really start the fight either, because they're on a Harley comp compared to the more utility-based Boya to the Guinevere. So gotta play it a bit more safe if you're on a neutral objective, just look for fights, look for kills, and they do get that. A single one towards Sanji.
And it's very important that it's also the Alice who actually, I feel like if you look at the members coming in from Geeke, yeah, it's either Seno or Aizen who wants those kills early on. If Aizen gets the kill early, that at least ensures that they have a respectable front line come mid game. And if Seno did get that kill, that would have been a very early genius one on the hands of Harley, in which case a much needed item when you want to burst down Troll, who's fairly tanky already at this phase of the game, despite it being just early on. And we are entering the 4-minute mark, 25 seconds before the next turtle spawns, and Team Falcons already in prime position to potentially get another pick off Troll, has the flicker available with his ultimate as well. So this might just be big for Team Falcon. Seno has to double check where this roamer is.
Yeah, thankfully Shen is in the front line, just keeping tabs on literally where everyone of Team Falcon's players are. And now Troll just eyeing out or trying to just scout out the bushes, setting a position for himself to potentially get a pick off here, but not much target for, or like from Geeke's side, especially the mid lane. Quanok still has his passive intact, so it's gonna be hard for him to pretty much immediately jump towards this Ziltion. Yaga secured the corrosive side, so I guess that's a power spike. But now Shen, some poke damage and also some trade towards Troll here. Not much going on. Shen just gonna be jumped on. Vitalized Fury of the Phoenix, and also the Throne of Ruin in the front line. Boyet still half HP, still pretty much strong. Can he actually get the total? But that's the question. Troll super low as well. It's going to be a kill towards the Hylos now. But still going on. The total is going to be secured by Zeno, but Boyet's going to get taken down by the cards of the Harley. It's a 2-kill plus the total for Geeke.
And I feel like that's a trade one for Geeke, definitely. Just securing also a 700 gold lead against Team Falcons. As we watch the replay, lots of ultimates already being pressed down the moment that this fight starts. Nobody actually holding back. And I feel like that was just a clutch retribution as well, coming in from Sino, just giving his team quite a boost with the shields. And it might be small, but that actually discourages Team Falcons stay further in that fight. And I feel like a bit of hesitation spelled the doom for Team Falcons in that fight, as the gold lead actually bounces up to 1.5k as we head on to the 6-minute mark. And so far, still no big turrets in the mid lane falling down. It's just going to be a trade-off down bottom lane for Team Falcons. But I feel like they did end up wasting a lot of time there, as Seno looks to get a kill here towards Troll with a deadly magic, but does miss out on one tick of damage, which means that Team Falcons survived that encounter.
Yeah, good body block there from Boya, just preventing the poker trick to connect towards the deadly magic. That's a glorious pathway by Coffin. Just trying to get away from the incoming danger and try to set up for a better farming place here for Boya. So far, not much happening after the whole thing that happened in the total pit. Some turrets getting taken down. Sano taking the outer turret on the top lane. So that's something that Team Falcons fans are happy about. All the auto turrets in the top lane are gone. Meanwhile, for Geeke in the bottom lane, they still have that intact. As we're going to take a look at the items here, mostly it's just going to be a pretty standard build for most of these heroes. Nothing too crazy going on. Early Genius one has been secured there for the Harley. So anyone is on the table, definitely. If there is a combo, he will bite on it. Now, Shen super low. Already half HP. Glorious Pathway has been popped. We have Phoenix connected to pretty much everyone on the Falcon side, but the Lord or the Turtle still secured by Boyet, as they're just gonna bounce out of there. That's the right idea, but now Sano with a little BMI up front, but he's not gonna take it.
And clutch retribution coming in from Boyet, and zero retaliation right after. I mean, Geeke did try with that Fury of the Phoenix, but sadly, I think it was clear for Team Falcons that they're gonna go in and go out. There's no fighting that needs to be done. If Boyet gets it, it's nice. If Boyet doesn't, we still go out and try not to overextend our stay there. As Shen actually pulls the trigger here with a Glorious Pathway. Aizen on the other hand, but nice on here coming in from this Boyet pickup. It looks like Troll was the first one to go down. Quanok is the second. Yaga still free hitting, and what a flicker throwing a Ruben as well. Coming in from DK. as they take down two more. Shen still alive. Aizen with the plays coming in for Gike, and it's going to be a 1-4-3 trade as Aizen makes the play for GK.
Unfortunate, the combo was not there for Troll and Boyed. That was a Tsunami Slam, but Boyed was not really in place to use the Violet Requiem immediately, not really connecting to literally anyone. So 0 use on the ultimate from the Guinevere. Good knockup and Troll, but the Fury of the Phoenix is there as a failsafe. Somehow Yaga is still alive, was able to get a kill too towards Troll. So they try to get a kill, but get killed instead.
Yeah, and what's insane to me is Yaga still held on to that Purify. He didn't use it, despite it being available. Full trust in his teammate with a glorious pathway, and hopefully the Fury of the Phoenix denying the follow-up coming in from Team Falcons. And Gike has taken control of this game like last game didn't happen, and we are looking a seesaw of a series so far. For Team Falcons, they've been trying to look for team fights before objectives, but sadly, I feel like the positioning coming in from Gike has been quite good. If I'm being honest, Seno has been, for the most part, hidden against Team Falcons. Aizen has been zoning out of his mind, and Kwanok has been using his ultimate to perfection. If I'm being honest, Fury of the Phoenix seems to be well communicated across all members of DK.
Yeah, I think I gotta give some props to Shen as well. He's always there scouting out the bushes, and the placement of the glorious pathway is always perfect, whether it's for disengage or whether it's for initiating a fight. It's always perfectly placed, very crisp for this Hylos. He knows the limits of this hero, it looks like. GK wants to bite on the Lord. Now Troll, concealed play, who's going to go for. Here, if the finish is going to be popped, it's going to be Aizen taking down the Lord. Boyed with the Winter Crown, but he's going to get taken down anyway with the Harley. Zeno gets the kill. That's 2 plus the Lord for GK, and they are rolling through Team Falcons right now, Womi.
Oh no, for Team Falcons, they did not expect it to be this hard coming in for the objectives. Aizen trying to overstand, actually giving a bit of space here for GK. And I feel like he has been playing out of his mind for the past few minutes as another fight breaks out here in the mid lane. Cup and force the flicker. And Glorious Pathway used as well with Revitalize. Still alive. And Sano couldn't finish off the kill. But it seems that the carry next target here. And he's trying to lifesteal his way out of this. But Sano's DPS is more than enough to take him down. As Boyet looks for Shen. A lot of HP here for the jungler of Team Falcons as he takes another one, and Troll healing himself up with a passive, but Seno goes in right in time, looking for Boyet next up. Deadly Magic to finish him off, and that's going to be a 3-for-3 trade, and Aizen is still alive.
Yeah, but at least the Lord is going to crash down to the bottom lane and also top lane. Some turret hits as well, I believe. No, not really, actually. So I guess Team Falcons, that was the decent Lord defense, or not even a Lord defense. The fight happens before the Lord strikes. Yeah, good one there from Team Falcons, just kind of like deterring the incoming potential bigger damage. As we're going to take a look at the items here once again, nothing too crazy going on. Swift Trinity has been secured by both marksmen, but it looks like Yaga will go on ahead and try to secure that Malefic gun after this. Same with Sano, I believe. Yeah, like there's no way he's gonna go for a Wind of Nature with the amount of magical damage from Kike's side. A bit more conservative build there with Boyet securing that Radiant Armor. He's sacrificing his potential damage, but at the same time, you need to be sustainable against these kind of heroes, man. The Harley, the Alice, the Tushin, even the Hylos deals magical damage. So you do have to, you do have some kind of like urgency to build that Radiant Armor, even though you're kind of like a semi-fighter kind of jungle.
Yeah, Shen, however, going in for the Glorious Pathway, Revitalize as well. Backline dive here, coming in with a Tsunami Slam that all negated with that Fury of the Phoenix as Troll goes down. Sanji looks to be next. Boyet has to jump away to safety. The turret goes down next, and that's going to be a 2-for-1, actually a 2-for-none, plus 2 more turrets as Gike gets an inhibitor town in mid lane. And they're going to go for the bottom lane instead, plus the jungle creeps here. Gike has taken full control of this game, and Team Falcons have scattered for the last few fights.
Once again, if you're using a Guinevere comp, the one thing that you have to excel at is synergy. At least the combo has to land, and 2 times after this, the combo did not land at all. I feel like Boyet was just a tad bit late, just a sliver of second late there with the final Requiem, and the knockup did not channel towards the knockup from the Tsunami Stamp did not channel towards the ultimate from the Guinevere. Now Shen just keeping tabs on the frontliners of Team Falcons. It looks like Boyet going for the Hail Mary gets killed by the speedy Lightning of Yaga, but now the damage is also coming through from Team Falcons. 2 kills secured, but the retaliation is more than enough to make them get back from the situation. Yaga still chasing Coffin down. They want to trade damage here. The Valentina and the carry. Looks like they're just going to back off both of them. And Team Falcons, I would take that any day of the week. Any equal trade is a winning trade for a losing team.
That's true. And with that, I feel like it also delays the Lord take here coming in from Geekay because they don't have the retribution. The same could be said, however, for Team Falcons. So it's going to be 2 skinny dudes fighting for this Lord if ever they do try to secure this for both their teams. No retribution in sight, but Boyet is already running towards that corner. Here comes the stunts coming in from the Fury of the Phoenix, but Boyet right in the corner. It looks like the retribution will come in time as Falcons get that Lord. Pays the price, however, as DK goes in for this fight as well. Doris Pathway used as well. Sano goes down. It looks like Troll looks to be the next target as Sanji already falls. That's going to be 2 people left to defend for Team Falcons. They did get the Lord, but looks like Troll won't be surviving to tell the tale as Seno lets him go away. They're going to go for the base instead. They don't want to say anything anymore because they want to get this game. PK for match point.
Wow, what a call. What a call indeed. Some teams would have backed off after they secured Boyet with a kill there from Yaga, but no matter. They just want to go for a full-on Hail Mary here. Yaga is the MVP. And just want to remind you all, this is in... And I don't think I can go deeper than that because for Katakacha as well. And so far, it's been, again, like, these 2 teams are playing it really, really safe. Like, these 2 compositions so far, they have a clear winning condition. It doesn't really require us to be played with a lot of risk. So, yeah, like, I think this is the way to go if you are backed into the corner, especially the Falcons.
And with the Moskov ban as well, this limits the matchup to a potential Claude versus Carry like what we saw from last game, or potentially even the resurgence of a crowd favorite pick, Clint, here, in case they do want to get some additional burst physical damage. But with the Laymore taken away, GK is still looking for their jungler. The Harley is already secured here for Team Falcon, so they could just chip away towards the options here for DK. I'd like to see a potential Fredrin ban as well, or maybe even a Suyo. I feel like they could give away the Fredrin, considering that for the side of GK, they don't really need much more frontline. They need more high uptime assassins, I would say.
Ooh, interesting. I like that Cloud ban there. So now GK, like, if I don't think they could go for a carry here, despite it being a good matchup.
But they pick first.
The RWM is gonna punish you. The Deadly Magic's gonna punish you, and there's not much range to work with. And I feel like the idea for GK was to pick the Claude in Red 4, and Falcons will pick the carry. Goodbye, Uomi. You're solo casting.
All right. Good night. Good night, Sheffin. Director, please just tell me when he's back, okay? Yep, that's a Clint locked in for GK. And so far, Clint has not won any games here in this grand finals for MPL MENA with their lives. They trust that this Clint for the entire series, and Boyet on this Harley game will be crucial into securing what could be a really good laning phase here for Sano, in which case the Clint is already not looking that good.
Yeah, Boyet, look at that. Already level 4, that the magic is intact, and Flicker is going to be used by Yaga immediately. Good reactions though from Yaga. He's just going to back off, try to heal up in the base. And this is going to be it for Boyet. Some good pressure in the gold lane here, just exhausting the resources from this Clint. And the next time they want to dive, there are no flickers for the cowboy.
And as of now, the turtle will be started here for the side of GK. No jungler in sight just yet, but expanding rivers will give him an expressway going in here in the turtle pit. And both XP-lators are level 4 as well. But Troll, on the other hand, together with Shen, still no access towards their ultimate, still on level 3. I feel like both junglers will be starting off with their buffs first, but Shen looking to pop that Revitalize early. RWM lands onto 3, but Shen goes down. Cuppin looks to be the next target here. The Zu Shin picking off that E, but Boyet is taken down by the Alice as well. It's going to be a 3-4-1 trade-off, and GK gets a clear lead against Team Falcons.
Once again, Aizen on the Alice popping off Wumi over and over again. The Throne of Ruin really brings ruin to Team Falcons' day. And the follow-up as well from Xeno was immediate, man. So far, it's looking pretty nice from DK, despite them not really having that early game momentum for themselves. But gotta watch out. Top lane, though, it's gonna be deadly magic towards Yaga. He has the second skill to get away, but no more flickers at all. And say goodbye to the cowboy. He is gonna be killed with some magic from Boyet.
And Falcons did get a good kill in the top lane. Mid lane, however, I think it was GK who tried to get a kill or a trade off against Troll, but Troll was a bit too tanky there to actually get a trade kill with. And now GK, despite losing their gold laner up top, still ahead by 1,000, but I wouldn't sit that as safety. And this is something that I feel like GK has to understand. They have to support Yaga whenever that the flicker is down. They have to make sure that they know where the Harley is, because the damage on that right push mid before the turtle starts, and that means that he has to heal up while he takes this purple buff. And GK establishing position around the last turtle of this game. Seno starting it up with the arrow, and looks like Shen will be zoning out 3 members. And here comes the Alice ult. They're gonna get Sanji. Boyet being zoned out as well. They completely drop the turtle instead, and Yaga looks to be the target here. Flicker away out of that AOG, and look at Seno just zoning out a lot of people as the Datakachi goes down. Boyet comes in with a space escape once again, and Cuppin looks to be in the front lines of Team Falcons as GK restarts this turtle. But they get out of that place. They have to sustain. Everybody calls for a reset.
Yeah, I like the decision from GK here. No need for a gamble for a turtle, because that was the KO. Meanwhile, though, top lane, Yaga surely dies this time, but Aizen does not want to let Yaga's sacrificial act be useless. But now GK with the jungler gone, surely this is an opportunity for them to take this turtle for themselves. The retribution is already there for Xeno, still sitting at 0 kills despite him securing the Sky Piercer. But Team Falcons does not want to get or let the Suyo to have an easy objective here, just shooing everyone away. And now Glorious Pathway once again by Shen, super early in the team, but now some Lantern Flare trying to stack up some knockups by Quanok here. But now AOG is not able to go. It's actually connecting onto a Shen, but now in the front line, Aizen once again being elucent. It's going to be a turtle take for Xeno, and he finally secures the Sky Piercer stack for himself. Strategy super low. He was able to get away, but now Aizen in the front line tanking up a Storm, and he is unkillable on this Alice.
Oh, wow. Aizen playing out of his mind here. Despite the ultimate coming in from Sanji, the penalty zone landing onto 3, and Cuppin just making sure that RWM is placed well. Cuppin might be in trouble. Shen looking for that pointy thing right into his face, and he does get that kill. And a turret as well going to the hands of GK. Going back to that team fight, dude, Falcons played that well. They already landed their ultimates, but GK's sustain, I honestly didn't notice how much sustain they had until I saw it right in front of our eyes.
It really is, especially with the revitalized Shen and Aizen being pretty much the pillar of what GK is trying to do so far. Shame it's not really highlighted on the MVP, because so far I feel like those two are the most prominent members of GK in this match, man. The job of a frontliner sometimes it's a thankless job, but it is what it is. Shen, a lot of times it looks like an early glorious pathway, but he knows that his teammates was able to catch up in time, and he's also just wasting all the resources from Team Falcon. Same with Aizen as well. Not only Aizen is wasting resources, he's also there being the setter. So he's doing 2 jobs at the same time with this Alice.
And for Team Falcons, on the other hand, I think what's good for what they're doing right now is they're still protecting this mid lane turret. And that really hampers what Geeke could do around the map. The moment that mid lane turret falls, it's going to allow Geeke to invade more freely. And it's going to be really hard for Team Falcons to defend Boyet if that's the case. But Troll will be seen here by Quanok. And nice bush check coming in from Sano. The Death Sonata just landing onto one, making sure that it is known for Geeke that everybody is in that RPM. And it seems that Sanji will be the one giving vision here for Team Falcons. This might just be a very important Lord here for Geeke to establish more control in this game. Troll being carried here by Quanok. Crimson Beacon still available, used defensively against the Deadly Magic. The Lord is being reset, but Aizen doesn't land onto anyone. RWM right in front of this Lord as the Lord follows Geeke once again. But Aizen right in front of 3, and that's going to be Boyet getting that Lord, but he is traded immediately by Yaga as Shen is still alive. No kills going to the hands of Team Falcons. That's going to be a 2 for none, but the Lord going to the hands of the Falcons.
Unfortunate mistake by Geeke. I can see the idea. They want to fight. They want to use the economical advantage to themselves and also some Sky Piercer stacks from Xeno. But unfortunately, they were not able to fully reset the Lord. And finally, Boyet gets a neutral objective for himself. The first one, I believe, in this game. As we're going to take a look at the replay here, you can see that some members of Geeke were still pretty much too close to the Lord. They want to fight, but the Lord is still having an aggro to one of the members of themselves. At least Boyet gets taken down. But now the conversion on this Lord is 1 turret up top. So that is a pretty small win from Team Falcons. Let's see if Geeke can actually defend all the other turrets as well. It looks like Boyet is going to beeline towards the bottom outer tier turret. And he's just going to get that. It's not too bad for Geeke in the grand scheme of things, but it is still Team Falcons' win in that exchange.
I mean, they did lose around 500, 600 gold in terms of economical advantage here for Geeke, but that's really a tolerable amount despite of it all. And for Team Falcons, right now, they have to find kills here for Sano. It has been quite a while as Sano sat in that Sky Piercer with close to 0 stacks. It's either 1 or 0 stacked on that Sky Piercer. And so far for Team Falcons, it's been hard for them to find winning team fights. I think Cuffin has been landing perfect RWMs, but for some reason, Geeke is just so beefy. They couldn't really translate those great ultimates into immediate kills.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to the targeting. Can you get Yaga? Can you get Quanok? But now Shen's getting bursted down. The damage is already there. Clears pathway. And also the Firelights to get away from the danger. And somehow, someway, the Horsey is still alive despite all the resources being poured towards the Hylos. That is just how tanky the frontliners of Geeke currently are.
And that's scary if you're Team Falcons. All it took was just 1 revitalize and 1 ultimate, and that's majority 70-80% of the damage from Team Falcons being thrown at that 1 target alone. Sure, that was a great call from Team Falcons that there's no revitalize for the next 40 seconds of this potential Lord fight. But then again, that sends a clear message. You cannot go for the horse. You need to find Yaga. You need to find Seno. So far, 2-0-5 in this game. A perfect Suyu game so far. Just has to secure that Lord. This last Lord, Team Falcons, despite having a losing team fight, secure that big objective for themselves. It's up to Boyet to extend this series as the Lord is being started here by Geeke.
And now, good knock up there by Troll. Sano is already 3/4 of HP, and now clears pathway once again in the alleyway. Flicker forward. It's going to be Aizen going for Susano, but RWM is perfectly placed, but not much going on right now. No members are locked in the RWM. Looks like a kill was secured towards Aizen. Now that's a retaliation, a kill towards the Galakacha. Quanok and Yago will try to get away. Sano was able to get away with the wings as well, and he lives to tell the tale. 3 members from each team are really, really low. That was a close one.
Very, very close. Too close for comfort. If I were Geeke, I'd lose my mind in that fight. 1 Death Sonata would have been an immediate proc on that Sky Piercer that gained around 2 to 3 stacks in that fight. So it's very good call for Geeke to just call it off. don't fight the Granger anymore. The moment that he regains his bullets, you're probably going to be Pages in his Sky Piercer. Just retake the Lord once you're full HP, and we're back at it again. This will be part 2 of that Lord fight, but looks like they're going to go for the Blitz here. Yaga looking to secure this Lord quite quickly, but it's going to be going in for that Retribution. Great AOG takes down Yaga. Aizen on the back line stuns 2, and Zeno looks to be the next target here for Troll. Kwanok gets a kill onto Sanji, and Troll looks to be the next, but looks like the damage coming from Sano too much to take already. 6-0-6 in this game. Lord secured for GK, but Falcons is slowly taking over this game with this Granger.
Yeah, I know the economical advantage is almost gone, especially after this mid-tier turret take for Team Falcons. They're starting to regain their momentum, and they want more here. Going for Quantum Crimson Beacon, though. He's still safe after the Deadly Magic. Now Zeno still trying to clear the wave, still has the wings intact. It's going to heal up to full HP after this, and they're just going to back out. Good one coming in from Team Falcons. They forced out an inhibitor turret at the mid lane. It paid off, really paid off.
And now they have to defend a Lord, and this is looking to be a quite easy clear if GK decides to just let it happen and go in for other objectives instead. But this might be the turning point here for Team Falcons. If one of them gets picked off, there's going to be huge for GK. But if they're able to defend against this Lord without any inhibitor turrets lost, this will be going to be a good game for them. That one pushing lane in the mid lane will just give them so much real estate. As I think Aizen goes towards the back line, they're going to go immediately for Sano. Face actually not getting that Ranger, as they have to go back across this turret. Winter's Crown already used as well. Sanji goes down, but Aizen finally getting shut down here by Sano, who gets another stack out of that Sky Piercer. Thing is not getting good here for GK. That Sky Piercer is getting hella fat for Sano.
Yeah, but at least Shen was forced to come back to the base, right? So now they don't really have the front ladder to pretty much tank his way or tank their way towards another second tier turret in the mid lane. As we're going to take a look at the replay here. Very aggressive coming in from DK Esports. Just using that momentum and also how fast of a follow-up that you can have when you're using that Glorious Pathway plus the Throne of Ruin combo. Unfortunately, though, Yaga as a clan will not be able to catch up to the team fight to target the backline. He's forced to play front to back. So they're going to figure out a way to pretty much solve that problem. And I think Zeno will be the one who is solving that problem. He's the only member of GK Esports that can just dive in the backline and deal damage at the same time, consistent damage or like big damage, and also get away, especially if he has the wings passive still intact for himself. 2.2k gold lead for now for GK Esports, with 18 minutes already elapsed in this potentially final game in this grand finals of MPL MENA Season 9.
And now we're heading on to probably the most important Lord of this game, an 18-minute Lord in this game number 6, where GK is poising themselves to get this Lord with the long lane in their favor. And this is one of the best case scenarios for GK. The Lord directly away on the opposite lane that Falcons have to answer again and again. And they could just play this out well. If they play this out perfectly, this might just be a free Lord. They have to be patient. They have to be aware. And they just have to make sure that their marksman stays alive for this game.
Yeah, unfortunately though for GK, in terms of poke, I think they're kind of outnumbered here and also outraged with Ranger and also Eve at the same time. So it looks like Team Falcons wants to take this gamble if there is an opportunity that's presented. Kwanok though might be looking for an angle here, flanking, but no, Deadly Magic is still there by Boyat. Not much damage even after the Deadly Magic. That Shen flickers behind his coffin. He no longer has the flicker though. Aizen's gonna lock him down to the ground at the front line, but looks like the whole team of GK Esports is faded. Zeno is the only one left alive. Zeno will somehow deal damage at the same time, and now Coffin might be next. The Sky Piercer is still there. No! Immortality was bought by Zeno and also the Winter Crown. Can he still alive? The answer is no! Zeno got taken down. It's only Aizen left to tell the tale. 4-man strong is Team Falcons.
40 seconds. No, we were looking at 20 seconds for Kwanok here. But there's a big minion wave down bottom lane. They're looking here for Aizen. The Immortality is already bought, and he's buying so much time for GK. And another mini wave clocks in. 10 seconds for Quanoff. This might just be GG. Team Falcons extends this series to 7 games.
Amazing display of skills. A sigh of relief for Team Falcons as they prolong the series to 7. Wow. Who would have thought? Who could saw this coming? A full 7 games in MENA. A lot of people are predicting 4-0, an easy victory for Team Falcons, but we are here for literally, officially, the final game of MPL MENA Season 9 Grand Finals. It is a treat to watch this with you, Omi.
Yeah, definitely a treat, Sheffin. Thank you so much for for not leaving me after that Clint lock in, and it still persists, brother. Clint is now officially 0-4 in this Grand Finals, and sadly, it took another game for us to realize that Clint doesn't win you games, and that was the most important Geeke game out there. They trusted it, and they died with it.
I am disappointed. I am disappointed indeed. You know, I said I wanted to be, stay still at 0%, but yeah, I'm wrong. I'm always wrong in life, man. Like, this is how it is for me in my life so far. And now Game 7 is gonna be underway, whereas we're gonna take a look at the highlights of what happened in that game earlier. It was going pretty well for Geeke Esports, even in that Lord fight. I don't think they were able to, or they are properly using the long lane. As you said, well, there's no way they're going to lose the long lane, especially after the inhibitor charge from Team Falcons was already got taken down. They still have the tier 2 tower intact. So I'm still trying to find the replay after this on what actually happened in the team fight, because that was so sporadic. And this is also one of the trouble when you're playing a Clint, right? You get locked down super easily. If you're playing a Claude, you have the Purify, you have the BMI. Hell, even the the Blazing Duet gives you extra movement speed, and also the
shield.
The shield at the same time. So that's a lot of things to work with as a marksman. You are very sustainable as a Claude. Combined with the fighter emblem, then you are almost unkillable if you are shifted enough. And this is the last team fight there. I feel like Team Falcons was able to make it sporadic enough so that all the damage dealers are isolated with the opposing damage dealers, and they have the advantage in that kind of occasion. I said it earlier in terms of poke battle, man. Coffin and Sano definitely has the advantage over the member of Geeke, which only used Chushin and the Clan. So it's tough. It's really tough.
Yeah, definitely tough. And that was a tough 20-minute game to endure, especially with the side of Team Falcons, who really wanted to extend the series to game number 7 for them to have another shot at getting this championship. And for Geeke, even more so, it's 20 minutes of almost having that championship. Almost at this point in time, Sheffin, if they won that game, they would have been already getting like hero shots across the stage. They were already getting paparazzi around the corner, and also just overall jumping for joy. But right now they're inside their locker room replanning the next game, and potentially hopefully not, next game nobody picks Clint. You know, it's 0%, guys. It's at this point, please. I know Sheffin was the only dude here who's wishing not to see the Clint, but I will be that second dude now as we enter game number 7. I do not like how it looks like right now in this best of 7, but our MVP in game 6 would be once again Sano. And actually, no, this is the first time that we're going to look at Sano as an MVP, and he will be our game 6 MVP on this Granger.
Yeah, Yeah.
Yeah.
I still looking at the Clint pick, man, because like usually when you pick a Clint, you want to have that lane dominance. And even at that game, you get absolutely dominated by the Granger, and also the fact that Harley's rotating around the map. Then what do you do as a Clint? You're just a single cowboy. You don't even have your horsey. I mean, technically you do have your horsey, but it's not even there. It's only on the stable. You don't really bring him everywhere on the map. You know. You don't get to tell the horsey where to go, unfortunately, for okay, my brain is not braining anymore. Who's the gold lane for GK?
That's okay. The roamer for GK. That would be
the gold lane.
Oh, the gold lane. That would be Yaga.
Yaga. My bad, dude. My bad, dude. It's 3 a.m. in the morning, Indonesia. So yeah, you gotta cut me some slack, man.
That's okay. It's also around 4:30 a.m. here in the Philippines. So the both of us, honestly. But it is what it is, man. The longer this game goes, the more memories we make here with the players, and they don't even know we exist. They're in their own world right now, fighting for their dreams, and we are just storytellers, hoping to be part of that story. And now we are heading towards its final chapter. My guy, it is game number 7. We joked around this game 7 a few hours ago, and now we are living in that reality. And for DK, it was almost the championship, but then again, Granger snowballed. My God, that was 7-0 at some point in time.
Yeah, and this is one of the games that it's super hard to reset, right? You have the game literally in your hand and you just throw the ball away. Like, the advantages are for you. Like, that's the game to lose for your team. So I'm wondering what's going to be the pep talk in the locker room. Is it just purely, let's just reset. Let's treat this... let's just give it all our gut. Like, what's gonna be the exact wording of that? I'm very curious on that. But I think I said it before the match, right, Wilmy? When it comes down to the wire, game 7, this is where you come back to comfort, and that scares me.
Oh, well, maybe there are other comfort picks, maybe it's no longer the Clint. I'm wishing there are other picks, but a game 7 pep talk, that's a very good topic to talk about. I really wish that we have like mic'd up moments on coaches like this one, or maybe just glimpses of how they talk to their team after like a tough win or a tough loss like that in game number 6, considering the gravity of the situation. And just for our English viewers out here, we'd like to reiterate the prize pool that we have here. So for the first place of this tournament, they will be getting 30,000 USD, and of course a ticket to MSC 2026 happening in Paris for Esports World Cup. And also for the second placer, they're still going to get 13,000 USD, and that's 1 in 3, not 3 and 0, and a wild card slot for MSC, in which case a very tough place to be in. You do not want to be in the wild cards. There are a lot of great teams there.
Yeah, even I believe in the last wild card in M7, we kind of expected Virtus Pro to be one of the teams that instantly qualified or almost guaranteed to qualify to the main event, but they got beaten down by, I believe, Buzkit Esports out of Turkey, the team that is pretty much always the second to Aurora Turkey in that region. But somehow, some way, the power balance is shifted towards the Turkey region. Man, shout out to that team. Virtus Pro, I think, was the better team, but Buzkit Esports, just the draft were better at the time, and hopefully the draft is also better this time in game number 7 for both teams, man. Like, we keep coming back to that point again. I gotta be honest with you, I'm tired of talking about it. I'm already tired on my own. I'm even more tired imagining it.
Oh man, no. Well, we don't have to imagine it for a long time now, because Game 7 will be underway in a few moments, and this will be a very historic moment. So we will be back after a short break.
アマテラス 愚かなる弟よ。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越すほかげになる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だったわよ。
飛来神の術。
アマテラス。愚かなる弟よ。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越すほかげになる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だったわよ。
飛来神の術。
And MSC slot for the first placer, MSC wildcard slot for the second placer. As the bans are pretty much gonna be on brand, the usual bans. Freya is not gonna be available at all. Cho has been banned for 7 games in a row, I believe.
Yeah. Both roamers are really good Cho players, apparently. And I think this is a very warranted ban against Boya. We did see how well Falcons played around that Brethren early on, and wouldn't have been surprised if they focused on that pick in this Game 7, this Grand Finals. So with that first pick, I feel like you go Zushin here, but the Zushin is banned, so Suyo maybe a random Suyo or Claude in the first
Obvious. Obvious is still
that too.
If you want to secure the first objective, also deny some picks, especially Assassins. Phobius is the way to go. But there are still other heroes that are still available, I believe. For example, no one that come to mind, unless they want to go for something like a Fanny against a Phobius first pick, which is crazy. I don't think that's going to be the case. Baxia, though. So far, there's a lot of Baxia bans so far this series. Double so far there. So it's interesting to see that it is this prio in this game number 7.
Mm-hmm. And I feel like Baxia is still a very safe pick here. And that also discourages a potential Hilda pick here for Team Falcons, because they also don't know if this Baxia will be a jungle Baxia or maybe a roam Baxia. Though I do believe that this most likely will be a jungle Baxia. It's still a somewhat of a flex for the side of Geek. And meanwhile for Falcons, very honest pick here, taking up the Eve in the mid lane. no Zushin, so free reign here for this Eve, plus a glue, which also eliminates a lot of the early game pressure coming in from this Baksha in case they do fight it out in the Lethal Wanderer. And now Gike with the Baksha pick, you would need to follow this up with at least one of a late game marksman. And hopefully we do get to see a late game marksman, not a Clint.
I think this is gonna be a Claude and a Khalid. Khalid just to enhance the killing pressure in the early game with the Baksha. Once you hit that shield unity, it's almost guaranteed that you're gonna get a kill. And the Claude has been working on so far fine this series. Just wins you the lane, and also being that nuisance in the backline to the Eve. And it's also not really that great of a target if you are playing blue. So yeah, very much expected for Team Falcons currently. At this point against a Baksha, just go for the carry, man. Like, I don't see why you would not go for that.
And you don't really have artillery mages yet, so but they're gonna go for the Leomord instead, and that does give them I would say early to mid good tempo against this Baksha, given that he's able to farm up. And that's the problem with Leomords in general. If they're not able to get their War Axe and Endless Battle, it's not so good, especially up against a Baksha that goes online on item number 1. Now we're heading on towards the second banning phase. The Zetian taken away here. Spectacular Zetian game was displayed early on. And I feel like in terms of mages, when you're an Eve, you could potentially win any matchup at this point. The Farsa being not that high prio as well as of late games.
Yeah, I wonder if PK wants to dig deep to something like a Vexana, or maybe not Varamis because it's a bad matchup against the Eve. But I'm not sure if that's too one-dimensional. I think it actually is one-dimensional. I think that's good. That's better. The Gord ban just limit everyone that has a range for Team Geek. So maybe for Geek right now, they have to settle for something like a Lilia from now on. And it's also fair as well with the Baksha as well. So I guess it's not really that bad in the grand scheme of things. Charisla ban was the first one for Geek. Then a Harith ban. I like that. The fact that you already have a Leomord, now you are allowed to pick a magic damage base kind of hero in the gold lane. So Harith is definitely a good option. And you do lose the lane in the first, I guess, like 5 levels. But once you have that Stadium set and you can spam with the Mana Force, then it's a bad matchup with the Claude. And it's hard to lock down either if you use a Harith. So now for Team Falcon, Alice will be the choice. And I think it's almost likely to be the carry, unless there you go, that's a dive and health. So you gotta pivot towards Moskov here for Sino, I guess.
Yeah, and this is pure comfort for Aizen. This guy is a Yuzong main, if you know one. And currently, I feel this Yuzong is 4-0, undefeated Yuzong in the playoffs of MPL MENA. So this is where they lean onto comfort. And Yuzong is a winning lane against an Alice. So this is going to be very interesting in how they're going to tackle that lane, considering how snowbally a Yuzong could get the moment that he gets at level 4 before the turtle. And this is it, game number 7 of this grand finals in MPL MENA Season 9. Last season, both Falcons were able to get the big win. And now for Geek, they have another opportunity to get their first chip in MPL MENA history.
Yeah, it is now or never for both of these teams. Both teams are playing with comfort and also safety at the same time. Nothing too crazy going on in the draft. No more Clint is what I'm happy about. But this is game number 7 right here. The last game of MPL MENA Season 9. A match to decide who's going to be going to Paris immediately on MSC EWC. So the stakes are higher than ever. And also 30K on the table for the winning team here. Last one, they already thrown down the gauntlet, and this is the cards that have been dealt. All that's left is to play it however they want. Uomi.
Yeah, we're entering game number 7. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. this will be the stage where the champion of MPL Season 9 for MENA region will be decided. And looking at the region's history, Team Falcons once again won Season 8, so they're looking for a back-to-back here. And in terms of the last 9 seasons of MPL MENA, GK Esports were only close in Season 6, losing to Twisted Mind. So now they have another shot at finally getting that chip onto GK's name. And they already lost that chance last game. This is their second chance to do so. And a very, very early invade here coming in from Seno, if I'm correct. This is not their side of the jungle, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That was so unfortunate. Sano actually did his due diligence, but not diligent enough. He was trying to spot out a potential invade, but he was just a bit too early to get away from that purple buff spot, man. Like, that was pretty unfortunate, and that is a huge win that you're going to get in this early of a game. A cam was also taken in top, so Boyet might be late to level 4, and he is very dependent on the Phantom Steed.
And this is not looking good for Team Falcons. They have to find a way to get this Leomord, the orange buff on the side of GK, and I feel like they're already working their way towards that. What's good is that they have Troll. They have this glue to potentially buy some time here for Boyet, and it seems that they're going to go safe here for getting the green cap instead. Flicker coming in from Shen, going in for Boyet. Quanok looking to burst him down, and looks like First Blood will be going to the hands of GK as they shut down this Leomord early. Things are not looking great for Team Falcons.
That was an amazing call by the whole team of KK. Not only that, that little maneuver with the shield unity, trying to get that knockback from behind. So now you get it closer to your team. So that's really good stuff coming in from GK, from the whole team, especially Zeno. And now he can get the orange buff from his side, and also the turtle as well, because there is no Phantom Steed at all from Boyed. So far, it's looking like GK will get everything from Team Falcons.
And I'm honestly surprised that they didn't go for a fight in the blues on the purple side of Team Falcons here, but it seems that they will be trying to steal off that orange instead. Sano going in for the SOD, but it seems that a great ultimate coming in from Quano traps Troll inside, but Cuffin forced to cancel that RWM. Yaga still doesn't have damage on that Blazing Duet. Phantom Steed called, and now a Throne of Ruin, not really ruining anything on the side of GK. And I feel like GK still got what they wanted, just not everything in that list.
Yeah, again, they won the gamble. They know very well that Team Falcons will try to shoo them away from their own orange buff, but they still took it anyway, because knowing the fact that he has that ultimate working for him, Zeno was able to deter a lot of damage incoming from from the glue as well. And Quanok with the RWM stolen was able to counter that with a lot of damage for himself as well. Phantom Steed from Boyet just to respond to the incoming threat here, and Boyet gets the chem, thankfully.
Oh yeah, imagine losing out after using Phantom Steed. That would have been incredibly tilting if you were Boyet, but right now it's still going to be 40 seconds before the next turtle spawn, and Sano forced to flicker out quite early because of that Blazing Duet. And if I'm being honest, I feel like that was a bit too preemptive on the side of Sano. Maybe he wants to keep his HP bar quite fat before that turtle, as it will be spawning 20 seconds from now. But Geeke definitely in the driver's seat. We haven't even seen a Petrify play coming in from Aizen yet.
Yeah, not even a single Black Dragon form, I believe, from Aizen. And looks like there's a Petrify combo here in the bottom lane. I don't think it's gonna kill him just yet. Oh, it's actually gonna kill him. The Poisons was able to whittle down his HP bars, and that was a kill towards Sanji. And now they're setting up towards the second turtle here without any EXP lane on Team Falcon's side.
No flicker onto Sano, no XP laner for Team Falcons. This is a free turtle, doesn't even have to use his retribution, and now they're free to take another green cap on the side of Team Falcons as GK Esports steamrolling into a great early start. plus getting some plating as well. But it seems that Team Falcons looking for a trade down bottom lane. Black Dragon form is available. They might be wasting their time here, and they actually don't pull the trigger. They just get the XP lane, Crab.
Yeah, this is tough. And when you're playing against a Yuzhong, not only it's most likely your winning lane for the Yuzhong. Oh, hold on a second. Raging Sandstorm. Shen has to be forced out to pop the flicker, but it's all fine and dandy because the turtle is about to come out in about 80 seconds. The Raging Sandstorm will be there, although the flicker will not be there. It looks like it's going to be engaged, but Team Falcons definitely read that one out a bit too deep here. Now, Quanok stolen the glue ultimate. Now it's going to be a mount on towards Boyet, and he's going to get the kill with the grab with the slam pass combo. And now it's Quanok's turn to be mounted with the Patrick, the real Patrick this time. Sanji, though, still tanking up a storm with the Alice, and Zeno will just go back to where he's from. That was an amazing gamble, and somehow it paid off amazingly by GK Esports. They were diving with 2 against 3, Womi.
And it's a heavy gold lead already in the hands of GK with almost 4,000 in their pockets against Team Falcons as the invade continues here for Seno. Thankfully for Team Falcons, they're able to get this orange buff, but the purple buff might just be tightly contested here. And in terms of retribution, you're looking at level 8 versus level 10. Quanok, still no ultimate available as Shen will be trying to zone things out. They're not gonna actually pressure hard on this one. The retribution was used here for Sino, but the last turtle will be available to take as well for Team Falcons. The retributions are not available for this fight.
Looks like they want to fight here. Coffin in trouble. It's going to get taken down easily with the RWM, and now finally Bradley control has been popped. Aizen, though, super aggressive in the front line, and this is why it's been banned. It's one of the prio picks for GK Esports, but Sano is there with the Spirit of Destruction. Now it looks like Yaga will try to join the party here with the Blazing Duet, but it's a bit too late. Not much damage just yet. They want to try to chase Sano, and he is out of the fight with the Spirit of Misery as well. That's a win for Team Falcons convincingly as well. Only Boyet gets taken down, but the retaliation is much more for Team Falcons.
I'd like to believe that puts them back in the map. 3-0 for Coffin on this eve. No retribution is available. Boyet's still far off, but able to dash in to get that turtle for Team Falcons, and now they have to call out. They have to find a way out of this, and it seems that they have to pay the price for Sanji. It's going to be a turtle and a kill going down, but still Falcons looking for a way to go back in this game.
Thankfully, though, for Team Falcons here, Quanok is more of a utility hero, and he has to use the RWM to be able to make as much of a difference as Coffin. So far, he's been using the glue ultimate a lot more, but once the late game comes, when your HP bar is much lesser than your opponent, it's going to be harder for you to use that, so you're going to have to settle for the RWM. And as long as Coffin stays out of sight from the Valentina, that should whittle down the potential of this Valentina by a lot.
And so far, we're still looking at GK controlling the map quite well. And slowly but surely, Yaga has been chipping down onto this bottom lane turret. BMI has been used as well. And that's going to be the turret going down towards the hands of GK. And so far, in terms of gold, Aizen ahead by 700 against Sanji. But clearly, the gold gap exists mostly onto Shen, who holds 1,200 more than Troll. And next up would be, I would say, Yaga with around 700 to 800 compared to Sano. But mostly, this 4K gold lead still will materialize in a full-out 5v5 team fight. Not so much during 3v3s or 2v2s, in which case Team Falcons would like to see more of those.
Right now for GK, it's all about not making a mistake. They've been here before in game number 6. The exact same situation. They were dominating, leading by 3K gold lead once the late game comes, and they were not able to use a clear advantage on the long lane. And once again, it's a clear advantage on the long lane. They still have their outer tier turret intact. Only inhibitor left for Team Falcons. This is the time for GK Esports, man. They've lost the exact match before against Twisted Minds, against these 5 members of Team Falcons. Now, this is the time to strike back and say to the world that they belong in the MSC in Paris.
And now they're trying their best to hold on to this Lord. This is the first Lord objective of the game, and Sano is tasked to just put in some side lane pressure. And I feel like GK knows this, so they're going to go in for the Lord. They're blitzing it already. Yaga still holding on to that Lord as a lot of skills are just going down onto that back lane as the Lord goes down to the hands of GK. RWM used for Cuff and SOD lands, trying to look for Shen here as they get a kill towards Kwanok. Boyet no longer goes all in, and that's going to be the Lord going to the hands of GK. But it seems that Team Falcon still looking for more blood after getting 2 kills.
Yeah, they have a lot of wave clear too with the Moskov, so I think this is gonna be a quick Lord take here. Looks like Shen's gonna get jumped on, still has that rune to get away, but Boyad will just try to be disciplined and clear the Lord for themselves to make sure that GK will not be able to utilize this Lord properly. Shen is just gonna be there to scout the situation. Super aggressive. Is gonna be Zeno in the front line on his own. Only Shen is there to back him up. Yaga will try to join the party here. Good grab and pass combo, and now Yaga will just try to whittle down the HP from this Alice, sort of ruin towards the Lord. But it looks like the Raging Sandstorm is there, the Blazing Wind is also there. Yaga gets the kill, Yaga gets the execution. The front line though, it looks like Zeno's gonna get brought back out of the end by Kwanok, trying to get someone there. Super low is Sano in the back line, but was not able to get punished by the Valentina. It all comes down to 1-1 trade here, all equal in terms of kills.
And no inhibitor turrets going down on the side of Team Falcons. That's something that they should be thanking themselves for, because the gold lead didn't really move much. Honestly, moved down. Apart from the 3K gold lead down to 2.2, Falcons are slowly clawing their way back inside this series 11 minutes in. Apparently, during the early game, they were already losing out with a lot of great activations coming in from Casino, invades working out for them. But now for Team Falcons, it feels as if the moment that this Lord secured the endless battle and the golden staff for Sano, things have been working out well. The SODs have been landing, and that's everything Falcons want, extending this game. Yes, you're looking at a Claude, but as long as the base isn't getting knocked down, GK still has to remain composure.
2K gold lead is definitely not stable enough for GK currently. They've lost a lot more before in the exact same game in game number 6. But now in this case, you could argue that the situation is kind of worse for GK Esports because not the long lane only, the fact that their composition is going to fall off harder than Team Falcons' composition. A lot of more damage, a lot more pokes with the Yves as well. Kwanok's utility will be limited, and also that piercing damage from Sano is gonna be super hard for you to deal with, especially with the Trinity already intact. He's gonna be piercing through literally the frontliners of Team Falcon. They can play it, honestly, Team Falcons, they can play it front to back, but Team GK, in terms of execution, they have to be a bit more precise. And there you go, good RWM take by Kwanok.
And this is going to be crucial for the upcoming Lord take. Anytime Team Falcons could just send out the Moskov to apply split lane pressure, or maybe even try to end the game by himself, but the SOD has to land, and that's a big prerequisite to take if your Team Falcons, as the Lord is being held now by Yaga and GK. No immortalities yet, so this will be a very crucial Lord dance for both teams. And in terms of slow lane advantage, Team Falcons is already slow pushing their bottom lane, so GK has to send someone downstairs to clean up over the mess.
Looks like Yaga will be on the housekeeping duty. Looking at damage here, as expected, it's Coffin on top. But now Team Falcons, they might want to gamble on this. Yaga already showed his body in the bottom lane. Now, Phantom Seed has been popped. RWM is both gonna be executed. It's gonna be Zeno with the retribution. Blazing Dueto in the back line is gonna take Boyet down to 0 HP. And now it's GK's time to shine. Sano though still trying to eye the situation for him to go into the team fight, but it looks like Team Falcons will just back away, knowing full well they do not have the resources to actually fight this one.
And a lot of flickers burned for Yaga, Shen, and even the Petrify coming in from Aizen, but that is very much needed to get that Lord. And now with the Lord pushing upstairs, Team Falcons, they do have the battle spells to try and pick off members coming in from GK, but they're running on a timer here. They can't let that Lord penetrate their base because it's just going to give them such a big advantage, GK, on the next upcoming Lord. Team Falcons now left to defend down middle lane. They're going to be able to defend bottom lane with this Moskov quite easily, but it seems that the turret in the mid lane will be going down as well. Minions, however, not cooperating with GK, and it seems that Team Falcons remain tight under the pressure, and it seems that the Phantom Seed has been used as well. Poisson's in the front line, and Quanok trying to burst down Sano as the Lord goes in for the bump. RWM used here by Cuffin, forcing out GK, and it looks like Quanok will have to use that Throne of Ruin defensively as well. Team Falcons able to defend. No inhibitor turrets going down. We still have a game, Sheffin.
Yeah, and it feels like this is going to be a long game, possibly the longest game so far in this series, Womi, with the rate that we're going. Both teams are playing it super safe. No more unnecessary gamble from now on. They just want to play with as less risk as possible, just trying to make sure that they're going to get the game in their hands. So far, Team Falcons, they're not really in that bad of a position despite them losing all auto tier and also second tier turrets. They still have their inhibitor turrets intact, and as long as you have a Moskov, man, anything is possible. And in Indonesia, we call it geekable. Any position, when you have a Moskov, when you have a Natan, someone that can clear the lane super fast and also that has late game damage for you, that is possible.
That's true. In the great words of NBA champion Jason Tatum, anything is possible, and that goes with the Moskov as well for Sano. As long as he's able to keep the lane pressure, keep his positioning well and secure, anything is possible. And with that Wind of Nature, it's even more possible. That gives him defensive options against Yaga and his Blazing Duet. 20 seconds before we go on towards the third Lord of this game. It's not yet an 18-minute Evolve Lord, so we might see a prolonged Lord dance as well. But so far, both teams are just waiting up on their battle spells, all of their resources to be available. The next team fight may decide it all, Sheffin. You don't want any regrets when you enter the next big fight.
Yeah, and just a bit of a correction. It's not Jason Tatum. It is Kevin Garnett. So you don't know ball, Wilmy. As we're going to continue here to cast the Game 7 of MPL MENA Season 9. Last game. You mentioned these two teams has some kind of like personal history before. Season 6.
Oh, yeah, that is Kevin Garnett.
Yes.
You're right. Jason Tatum
said Kobe Bryant or Kevin Garnett. You said Jason Tatum out of all people. That is disgusting.
I'm sorry. Shout out to all the Jason Tatum fans.
All three of them.
Anyway, a very important Lord 20 seconds from now will be the Evolve Lord. And Team Falcons actually trying to control their waves out here. No inhibitor turrets taken down last team fight allows them to play this on a more even ground. But Shen, crucial item pickup here. Blade armor right before this very crucial Lord.
Oh, look at the HP bars. As you know, it's already half HP. He's not going to be able to play this Lord Dance as easy as before, especially with Sano in the long lane. Geeky has to figure out something to solve this problem because Sano right now, if there is no immediate burst damage, and something like a Quanok, they're not gonna be able to burst this down. And looks like they want to pull the trigger here with Sano. He's gonna get chased down. It looks like they're gonna make a kill. Sano flickers behind. He's gonna get taken down by Quanok right on cue with the Spear of Destruction, I believe. That is it. That is the winning play by GK. But the job is not over, as the great Kobe Bryant would say. 5v4 still, and GK still has to break through the inhibitor turrets of Team Falcons.
And with that Lord secured, Sano 20 seconds out. Team Falcons facing possible elimination in this grand final. Brother, they're going to go in with this Phantom Steed, able to defend mid lane. Bottom lane, another issue. Half HP chip damage coming in from this Claude. And Team Falcons definitely relieved to see Sano alive. but this is a tough task. The Lord already marching down middle lane, and GK looking to end this series once and for all.
Wave management is not really the greatest for GK, but they do have that Black Dragon form, Phantom Step on be popped. Also that Alice Orb. Now RWM is going to be popped too. Blazing Duet to the backline. Looks like the damage is not going to be enough. Quanok gets taken down. And looks like Aizen is also going to get the kill. Troll already goes down though. And now still dealing the damage. Sanji the front line. Just dealing the damage, poking everyone down. Sanji super aggressive, getting the kill. And now the immortality is gone for Shen. It looks like Boyan is going to be there 1v1ing against Aizen. 1v2 actually. Sanji is going to be the only one left. Meanwhile, Sano is there, the only one left that's not fighting for Team Falcon. He's going to clear the lane. And now the game is prolonged once again.
Oh, wow. And Sano with no immortality, just a win of nature and a dream. Tries to re-enter that fight, looks for Shen. Black Dragon form force, and Shen used the Raging Sandstorm defensive. SOD connects, looks for Shen, canceling out the prayer, and looks like Shen goes down. Team Falcons able to defend, loses out 3 inhibitor turrets though, but we still have a game.
We do have a game in our hands. That is a fact. 20 minutes and counting. I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up in a 30-minute game for these two teams because they don't want to play around at this point. No more playing around. There are no reason for you to play around in this game 7 of best of 7. It all rests to the shoulders of Sano from now on in the late game for Team Falcons.
Yeah, late game. It's not really looking good here for Team Falcons. With 3 inhibitor turrets down and so many turrets up for GK. GK could just play this out, but as you said, this Moskov is a walking win condition here for Team Falcons. Already applying split pressure once again, but this time Falcons already learning from their lesson. Black Dragon form used here. Coffin goes down. SOD connects. Goes in for Quanok. Flickers in. Sano is out of his mind. Wind of Nature Petrified connects, and he's going to go down, but immortality is there. Buys a bit of time, but time is all that it takes as he goes down. And the next target here would be the base. It's only Troll defending the throne for Team Falcons. As I think a new champion will be crowned for MPL MENA Season 9. Troll trying to buy more time, but Team Falcons, they inevitably fall, and the minions spawn. Is this actually endable? It's 20 seconds, and they're gonna play around. They know they've won. The champions of MPL MENA Season 9. It's GK Esports.
Congratulations, GK Esports. The personal vendetta, the revenge story has been completed. They fall down in Season 6 against the exact same roster, and they exact revenge here. 3-0 in the first match of the playoffs for GK. That is now a full 4-3. Game 7 was able to be won by GK Esports. Against all odds, against all predictions, GK Esports is here to win MPL MENA Season 9 and represent MENA in MSC EWC.
And what a big moment for MPL MENA Season 9, a 7-game series. GK Esports finally having their moment, lifting up the Immortal Cup of MPL MENA once again. Your MPL MENA Season 9 champions. It's going to be GK Esports, their first ever MPL MENA champions. And of course, the one and only MSC ticket straight to main stage. And Sheffin, I believe this is the end of the journey as well for us.
It is. On behalf of the English Stream Production, us, Uomi and Sheffin, thank you so much for being here and being a participant as a viewer to the great MPL MENA Season 9 Grand Finals. Once again, congratulations, GK. And we will see you on the next one.
عشان خاطر نحتفل مع فريق جيكي اي سبورتس. زي ما انتم عارفين الايفنت والبطوله هي البطوله الرسميه للام بي ال للعبه موبايل ليجندز بانج بانج. فهينضم الينا دلوقتي على الستيج الهيد اوف ايكو سيستم الاي سبورتس ايكو سيستم من مون تون. على الستيج مستر راي اونج. Would you please join me on stage for the winners؟ نسمع له تحيه كبيره قوي. مستر راي هيسلمهم دلوقتي الجوائز، وزي ما شفنا التروفي تعالوا نشوف الجولد ميدالز اللي هياخدها الابطال فريق جي كي اي سبورتس وهم طالعين قدامنا على الستيج. عايز اسمع تحيه مع كل ميداليه الابطال دي كي. كل واحد من دول بطل، فمش عايز الحماس يموت. جمهور ماجيكال مومنت بيحس بيها الوقت كله اعضاء جي كي، واستلموا الجولد ميدال بتاعتهم لان هم ابطال الام بي ال. فاجان نسمع لهم اكبر تحيه. مع الميداليه الذهب مع الميداليات ومع التروفيز الجوائز مش بتنتهي هنا لان هم مسيرتهم كانت صعبه جدا. فهينضم لنا دلوقتي كذلك التشيك اللي هياخدوه اعضاء فريق جيكي. اعزائي الحضور مره اخرى بعد ما استلموا الميدالز، بعد ما استلموا التروفي، بعد ما استلموا التشيك، معاهم كل حاجه محتاجينها دلوقتي. فسوا اون 3 2 1 هنحيي الابطال في الام بي ال تيم جي كي. طبعا احنا عارفين انه في النهايه اتس اولويز ا تيم ايفورت، دايما بيكون في تيم ايفورت مقدم من الفريق كله، ولكن في حد هو لوحده بس اللي هيكون الام في بي للسيريس النهارده. متوقعين مين هو الام في بي؟ Ladies and gents, your MVP, your grand finale, Sana!